Donald Trump said that he is going. Donald Trump said that.
What's up, everybody? We're back. We're back, finally. I fixed all of the stupid shit. Whatever was happening with my Twitch on the Windows side just does not work anymore. I don't know what happened. But we're on the Mac side. So we're back. Welcome to the weekend. Thanks for being here. Say hello in the chat. I see there's a few people in here. What's going on? Welcome to Saturday. Hope your morning is going well. What's everybody up to? What everybody have for breakfast this morning? Hopefully something delicious. So I'm going to be kind of going back and forth between the links I had for Thursday's live. Because there was a lot of stuff going on that day, and I have some links for today too. I think today is gonna be a long one. I'm probably gonna be going, I think, here for at least 3, maybe 4 hours. because there's so much to get through. Can everyone hear me okay? Like, how's the levels? Oh, this sounds a little loud. Let me turn this down. How's that? Is that better? Maybe a little more? How's that sound? Can you guys hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? Oh, it says I'm unstable. Yeah, okay. Well, let's get started anyway, I guess. All right. All right, so today we're going to start with Iran and Lebanon. No way, crazy. There's been multiple attacks, obviously, on U.S. Bases that have been stationed in other countries. We've talked about how at least 13 have been rendered inoperable. They just no longer work. They're not safe to be in. Those troops have been moved out into civilian infrastructure buildings, hotels, apartments. They are now working remotely instead of being on base because that is a lot safer for them, but it is not safer for the civilians around them. So essentially, we always, the Israeli government, the United States government loves to use the phrase human shields. And we are essentially doing that in these foreign countries by staying inside of these hotels, apartments, civilian infrastructure, putting people in these other countries in harm's way. Israel bombs civilian infrastructure like that when we believe that there's Hamas or Hezbollah. And they bomb it indiscriminately. But we are asking these people, these other countries, like Iran and Lebanon and Yemen, not to attack the civilian infrastructure because American soldiers are at these places, and that's more important. Even though we couldn't take the time to properly fortify the bases, and that's what today's first video is about. Survivors of the deadliest Iranian attack on U.S. forces since the war began disputed the Pentagon's description of events and said their unit in Kuwait was left exposed. CBS News' Jonah Kaplan exclusively spoke with a soldier who detailed the attack. So let's go ahead and watch Tony the couple. Tony, big Tony.
Our exclusive interview with a member of the Army's 103rd Sustainment Command, which is based in Iowa. The soldier survived an Iranian drone strike that killed 6 others and says their unit was unprepared to defend itself. We agreed to conceal the soldier's face and voice. Here's CBS News correspondent Jonah Kaplan.
Photos and video obtained by CBS News reveal the charred aftermath of the deadliest Iranian attack on U.S. forces in 5 weeks of war.
Everything shook, and it's something like what you see in the movies. Everything, your ears are ringing. There's dust and smoke everywhere.
This soldier was part of a crew of about 60 troops stationed at the military post in Kuwait hit by the strike. He says his unit's leadership ordered them there despite intelligence showing it was a potential drone target.
We moved closer to Iran, to a deeply unsafe area that was a known target.
So what was the reason that you were told for why you needed to be there?
I don't think there was a good reason ever articulated.
The attack killed 6 American soldiers and injured dozens more.
Were these deaths preventable?
In my opinion, absolutely yes.
The next day, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called the Iranian drone a squirter that got through the Army's air defenses.
It happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons.
What fortifications existed there?
I mean, I would put...
I thought they weren't powerful weapons. I thought we were totally obliterating them. I thought we had total superiority over them. But now they're powerful weapons once a little bit of blame is shifted to the Pentagon and the War Department. Right? See how easy that happens? Once their feet are held to the fire for 2 seconds, well, these are powerful weapons, guys. Just like when Israel says, we're an itty bitty nation. We're a tiny nation. We're just wee babies. Oh, these Iranians have such powerful weapons against us. There's no way that we could fight against them. I'm just a little baby Pete Hegseth. Don't get mad at me. I'm just a baby.
The none category from
Where's my whiskey,
from a
Baba?
drone defense capability.
None. There were no fortifications.
None.
Sick.
A Pentagon spokesperson declined comments citing an active investigation. Regarding the drone attack, though, the department has said consistently all safety measures were taken to safeguard the troops. But, Tony, as we've reported before, those troops, the injured ones, they're dealing with a lot of physical wounds, not to mention their emotional scars.
So, let's look at Iran from Thursday's live. I had this one queued up for us. This is a video I saw on TikTok. God dang it. I love this guy. He does.
Donald Trump said that he.
Why does it take so long to pause? So he does like these woodworking videos while he kind of narrates these eloquently crafted opinion, essentially just like little opinion pieces, while he shows you the woodworking stuff that he's working on, which is, it's always beautiful. It turns out amazing. But incredibly succinct way of thinking about what happened last week with Donald Trump on Tuesday saying that we're going to wipe out an entire civilization. This is a call for genocide. This is not normal. This is a not normal thing for people to do, especially the President of the United States, right? Any other country calls for a genocide, you're going to have the international community up in arms. But when it's the United States and Israel, it is what it is. There's not really much we can do about it, right? It's bullshit. So this is a great way to look at what happened and whose civilization was actually destroyed in one day.
Going to end a civilization tonight. And by just saying those words, by making that threat public, he did it. Because he has destroyed the United States of America. If we lived in a functioning society, then his presidency would be over. He'd be dragged kicking and screaming out of the White House. There is no sane world in which the sitting president of the United States can threaten the genocide of a sovereign people and nothing happens. And yet, here I sit saying these fucking words, watching complicit Republicans fail to act, watching Democrats post carefully crafted condemnations on social media so as to not damage potential campaign fundraising. This is a fucking clown world. We're past the point of waiting it out or biding our time. The proper response to this is to shut everything the fuck down. Why are we still acting like everything is business as usual? We've become so fucking comfortable and tepid over years of this capitalistic excess that we are willing to stare into the face of a tyrannical dictator and pretend everything is okay. We're so terrified of losing our cushy way of life. We're so used to being bathed in excess and being so divorced from our political apparatus as though it doesn't matter. The sitting president of the United States just threatened to kill an entire civilization, and I'm getting notifications on my phone about the new fucking Daredevil trailer. Our priorities are so fucked. This bloated capitalist monster we've created over the past hundreds of years is going to be the end of us all. You don't walk away from something like this. If we somehow get through this, and that's a big fucking if, we don't just get to vote in a new president and act like all is well. There is a deep rot within American life, within the people we call our friends and our neighbors and our family. To sit here and see that narcissistic monster in the Oval Office spew nothing but hatred and filth for the past 10 years and then bend yourself into a pretzel creating some reality where you can justify any of this is beyond derangement. And let me reiterate this in case you somehow missed it. The President of the United States just threatened to kill millions of people, not soldiers or politicians as if that would be justified. He threatened to kill innocent women and children. He threatened to destabilize an entire region of the world because he's a narcissistic child that can never be wrong. I knew coming into this year we were going to see some crazy shit as the midterms loomed, and here we fucking are. There is no justification for this. There is no magic way to spin these words into something palatable. I'm sure they'll try, but this is beyond the pale. Donald Trump is an animal backed into a corner, and he will burn the world to the ground before ever having to face the consequences of his actions. There is no one coming to save us. The future of this country is up to us.
Yeah. So I watched that, I think, on Thursday or Wednesday, and was just like, bro, I couldn't have said it better myself. You know, we pretend every day like what is happening and what we're doing to other countries is normal. It's not normal. Even if it's the norm, it's not a norm that we should be okay with. Right? You have Israel calling itself the most moral army. You have, the United States standing on this idea that we are the arbiter of principle, that we get to decide the fate of other countries, of civilizations, ones that are 10 times older than our country. We are but a speck in the timeline of history. Okay? Modern civilization, the way that we think about it, with written language, spoken language, laws, that kind of stuff, it goes back to Mesopotamia, Sumeria, all that stuff, right? Was 5,000 BC. So about 7,500 years. Iran's been around in some form or fashion as the country that it is now for 2,500 of those years. We have been around for a fraction of that time. And yet we feel as though we get to decide what happens and how it happens in every corner of the globe. And it's fucking bullshit. And we are so conditioned to believe that the most important thing is being able to watch the new Daredevil trailer or be able to order whatever you need to order off Amazon and have it delivered by a drone to your house or whatever. There's so many more things that are important, and it feels sometimes, even to me, impossible to be like, well, how are we going to change this, right? He says we should shut everything down. There's a general strike planned for May 1st by the co-founder of Indivisible. And while that is a valiant effort, I have not seen any clear statements of demands of what we would need. It's a Friday before we go into the weekend where they're asking you not to spend any money or go to work or go to school. Don't participate in normal society. And while that will have an impact on the economy, even if a fraction of people do the general strike, it's impossible for everybody to be like, yeah, we're all going to stop doing everything, right? And you still have a lot of people in this country who are for this war, supporting Trump. I mean, his approval rating with Republicans is still staggeringly high. It's like plus 60% or something like that. Like, I mean, he's still got a wide range of support from his base. And he still has a chokehold, and I would say support from, but it's more of fear-based. So he has more of a chokehold on the Senate, and they will bend to his every whim and desire, right? So the average person looks at this general strike and you go, okay, well, there's no clear demands. There's no clear goals. You have a Congress that's still completely captured by Trump, and you have an overwhelming base still supporting this Even if half the country wants to see a change or change immediately or as fast as possible, there's still nothing we can do until the midterms besides overthrow the government. You're going to got before you even get off the ground, dude. Even though the Constitution affords that right to everyone, right, and demands that of the citizens of the United States, it's still incredibly difficult to get people together to try and, radically change their country. It's just it's not an easy thing. And without clear leadership, it's going to keep seeming impossible. And we don't have clear leadership. You have Dems, liberals, that are supporting this war, either because they want they want the fallout to land on Trump, or they support going into Iran. They want that to happen. They've wanted it to happen. They're captured by AIPAC, and AIPAC has been telling them Bibi Netanyahu's been telling the world since the 90s that Iran has been 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon for, 30 plus years. Money speaks louder than words, and when you don't have clear leadership, change seems impossible, right? Not inevitable, but impossible. We should be shutting everything down. But it's less and less likely if there's no clear direction. Anyway, now that I've lost your attention, let's look at this major story that I wanted to cover about how the war was sold to Donald Trump. Now, this is not new information. Benjamin Netanyahu has been trying to sell this war to United States presidents. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm missing one. Which one did I get? Trap site. Oh. Or maybe it was this one. So this is from Drop Site on Thursday, I believe, or Wednesday night. Tuesday night. New reporting from New York Times reveals how Trump decided to go to war with Iran after a closed-door Israeli pitch and despite deep internal divisions inside his own team. At a secret February 11th Situation Room meeting, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu presented a 4-part pitch for regime change, including a video montage of potential replacement leaders such as Reza Pahlavi. J.D. Vance was absent, stuck in Azerbaijan. Appearing alongside Mossad chief David Barnea and military officials, Netanyahu argued Iran's ballistic missile program could be destroyed in weeks. It's been weeks. Still not destroyed. The regime would be too weak to close the Strait of Hormuz. Close the Strait of Hormuz. Been closed for 4 weeks now. Street protest fomented with Assad help could trigger an uprising. There have been no street protests. If there have been, I haven't seen them, and they haven't been large enough to sway the rest of the population. Most of the population, the majority of the population, is behind the IRGC and the Iranian government to quell this military aggression from Israel and the United States. Kurdish fighters from Iraq could open a ground front in the northwest. We have fucked over the Kurds so many times too. That has not happened. This has not come to fruition at all. Trump's response sounds good to me. The next day, U.S. intelligence pushed back sharply. CIA Director John Ratcliffe called the regime change scenario farcical, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio adding, in other words, it's bullshit. General Dan Kane, Raising Kane, told the president, this is, in my experience, standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. Trump dismissed the regime change as their problem, but remained focused on targeting Iran's leadership and military. By February 26th, in a final situation room meeting, opposition inside the room was clear but fractured. Vice President J.D. Vance warned the war could spiral and drain U.S. resources, but ultimately said, I think this is a bad idea, but I'll support you, even though a few years ago I was calling you Hitler. Rubio said regime change was unrealistic, but destroying Iran's missile program was achievable. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was the biggest proponent of war and backed immediate action. Surprise, surprise. Military leadership outlined risks, including depleted munitions and the threat to Hormuz, but all stopped short of opposing the plan. Key officials responsible for managing the fallout, like the Treasury Secretary and DNI Gabbard, were notably absent. Trump went around the table asking advisors their view, then made the call, I think we need to do it. The strikes began 2 days later. The president then turned to General Kane. General, what do you think? General Kane replied, Sir, this is in my experience standard operating procedure for the Israelis. They oversell, and their plans are not always well developed. They know they need us, and that's why they're hard selling. Mr. Trump quickly weighed the assessment. Regime change, he said, would be their problem. It was unclear whether he was referring to the Israelis or the Iranian people, but the bottom line was that his decision on whether to go to war against Iran would not hinge on whether parts 3 and 4 of Mr. Netanyahu's presentation were achievable. The New York Times has just published the most damning account of Trump since the start of the war, and it's a bombshell. Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman, two White House journalists, reveal how Trump made the decision to go to war against Iran. What they describe is exactly what I analyzed in The Puppet of the White House. Here are the facts. Netanyahu sold a dream. On February 11th, in the Situation Room, the Israeli Prime Minister presented a 4-act scenario. Kill the supreme leader, destroy the Iranian army, trigger a popular revolution, install a new regime. Okay, the only thing that they've been able to do is kill the supreme leader. That's it. And then, supposedly, we still haven't been able to verify whether or not his son is alive, but has been replaced with a more hardline option for supreme leader. Trump responded. He even showed a montage video with the future leaders of Iran. Trump responded, sounds good to me. In one sentence, he had just sealed the fate of the region and the world, really, when it comes to what we're dealing with, the energy crisis now. The next day, the CIA said it was hot air. Parts 3 and 4 of Netanyahu's pitch, the popular revolution and regime change, were labeled a farce by Radcliffe himself. Rubio translated, in other words, it's bullshit. Kane, standard operating procedure. Trump heard, and he still said yes. Vance saw it all. The vice president was the only one in the room to oppose it head on, warning that the war could destroy Trump's political coalition, said that the Strait of Hormuz was the real vulnerability, that no one could predict Iranian retaliation when the regime's survival was at stake. He said, I think it's a bad idea, but if you want to do it, I'll back you. That's not political courage, that's deference. Susie Wiles watched. The chief of staff, who had concerns, felt it wasn't her role to speak up on a military decision in front of the others, which is bullshit. Okay? The White House chief of staff is there to direct the president. Okay? She's like the manager for the president. All right? It's always good to have somebody outside of your own head as the president making these choices to give you an alternate perspective, okay? It's a failure on her part and her chief of staff part for not preparing a detailed enough briefing to present counterpoints and an alternate perspective to Trump. Okay, she's basically Trump's manager, not just campaign manager, but manager in the White House, right? She's running basically his whole staff. She's running his schedule. The people who want to get to see the president have to go through his chief of staff. That's the whole point. That's the whole reason they're there. They act as a guard post, a vetting, to allow the right people in, who want to support the president, right? Whether or not you agree with it, who she's letting in or what they're pitching to the president. That's her job, and she's not doing her job. Now, I don't think anybody's expecting her to be a military strategist or a military expert on any of this stuff, but that's why she has people that work for her to put together detailed points of an alternate perspective to present to the president and say, listen, this is what the Israelis are saying. That is not your only option, okay? We can also do this. There's this. There's this. There's multiple ways they could have gone about this, right? So that is a cop-out, 100%. She encouraged the advisors to share their views. She stayed silent. Complicity. General Kane never said no. He laid out the risks: depletion of munition stocks, Strait of Hormuz, no clear path to victory. Then he said, if you order the operation, the military will execute. Trump, for his part, only heard what he wanted to hear. And Trump signed aboard Air Force One 22 minutes before the deadline set by his own general. Operation Epstein's Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck. That's how you go to war in the 21st century. Not with solemn deliberation, not with a congressional vote, not with an exit strategy, with a Netanyahu slideshow, a sounds good to me, and a note sent from an airplane. In the puppet of the White House, I write that the real decision makers are those who prepare the presentations Trump watches. Netanyahu understands that better than anyone, even better than Susie Wiles. He staged an hour of visual spectacle in the Situation Room with Mossad as the backdrop, videos of future leaders, and a promise of a quick and clean victory. And Trump said yes, while Vance, Rubio, Wiles, and Kane watched. There's the whole New York Times article, which I believe is paywalled, so we're not going to read the whole thing.
What, at 79?
I fucking hate Megyn Kelly. But this is a good take.
Trump watched us learn it. And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling hook, line, and sinker when every other president was able to see through that liar? What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the vice president, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him. We might be able to wipe out the Ayatollah, not regime change, Ayatollah. And we might be able to decimate some portion of their missiles and their military. Okay, that's true. But the goals as stated by Trump when we actually did pull the trigger were all over the board. And to this moment, he's pushing the BS claim that we affected regime change. No, we didn't. It's the same regime, just different players. There isn't somebody more moderate in there at all. We have no reason to believe that. In fact, it looks like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is in control now, which is far more radical. And the fatwa that had allegedly been issued by the Ayatollah on developing nukes is gone. Iran is more powerful economically. It controls the strait. And now is...
They're stupid at this point if they don't try to build nuclear weapons. They're in a position where they've been accused of having nuclear weapons. They should be trying to get nuclear weapons as fast as possible to stop this from happening. Notice how we don't attack nuclear weapon holding countries, Russia, China, North Korea, right? These are all adversaries. Adversaries. But Iran supposedly has nuclear weapons, right? Or is about to have nuclear weapons. We have to stop that from happening. So it's okay to attack them, right? We have to, they should be pursuing this at all costs to create a sense of sovereignty for themselves. Otherwise, they're just going to keep getting decimated by us.
The lifting of all sanctions against it. And what Trump did with that 10-point plan was go from Monday saying, no, not good, to Tuesday saying, very workable, we can do it, as a means of saving face to bail off of his insane threats about annihilating an entire civilization. So I don't know how we got here, Piers. I'd like to know just as much as anybody else, but all I can think in my head, based on what I've read in the paper, is we got here thanks to Bibi Netanyahu, Lindsey Graham, and Mark Levin. And ultimately President Trump. That's not to take agency away from the president, who was bamboozled. I don't know why. He was too weak to say no. He was too gullible to see through the lies. One way or another, he allowed himself to be pushed into this insane conflict.
Bamboozled, you say. Oh, he's just a wee baby boy. It's not his fault, right? We're going to end talking about Iran, I believe. Well, there's a couple other things I want to talk about, but this is essentially this is basically what the Iranian war has been, right? You got Iran, the United States, and Israel. I mean, it's so fucking true. They just literally they just do whatever they want to us, and we're just like, it's okay. Oh, it's okay. We know. Let's look at these couple other things. We got the ceasefire. Ceasefire hoax. What is this? Why? Oh my lord. Let's open these other links too. What's this one? This is Caroline Leavitt. Oh, I gotta hit the control. Nope. Yes. Okay. So that's the last one, right? So let's look at Jessica Tarloff. The ceasefire was a complete fiction, right? So we ended up dodging nuclear war on Tuesday, and they ended up signing a ceasefire brokered by the leadership in Pakistan. One problem. The United States basically said, yeah, we'll sign on to this ceasefire, and then immediately turned it around and were like, but we're going to allow Israel to keep attacking Lebanon. And we're not going to stop them. And we're going to let them keep attacking Gaza, even though in the proposal it says all of Iran's proxies, right? Anybody who's supporting Iran, that's Yemen, that's Hezbollah in Lebanon, And I mean, I don't think Hamas or Gaza, any resistance groups in Gaza have been part of the axis of resistance, is what they're calling it, even though it's not really. We're using World War II terms, axis of evil, right, to basically manufacture consent to be like, no, they're still bad because they're the axis, right? We're the allies. The allies are always the good ones, right? Because whoever's an ally to the United States, they get the cover. They're fine. But when it comes to the word axis, you automatically associate that with evil, right? Because that's what it was in World War II. But it was supposed to apply to all of these nations, all of these nation states. And Israel was just like, yeah, no, we're not going to do that.
And I think in reality that there is no ceasefire. I was watching coverage of this last night, flipping around, obviously watching your show, Jesse, and then perusing some other channels. And there were split screens between, White House announces ceasefire and missiles raining down on the Israelis. We knew that Israel was sending rockets back to Iran. We know what today has looked like in Lebanon with what the Israelis are doing there. It's one of the highest death toll days. So the ceasefire was a complete fiction. And what J.D. Vance is saying, and the White House now, Caroline Leavitt, that those 10 points were completely unacceptable, that's only because some of the biggest boosters of the administration came out and said, are you kidding me? Look at what you're agreeing to. Like Mark Levin, who has obviously been very close to this process. He took, what Fox and Friends had put up this morning and said this 10 points are a disaster. Last night, Larry Kudlow asked on social media, is this what we want? I mean, the deal, the 10 points that they sent in response to our 15 points, allow them, as Dana said, to control the Strait of Hormuz and to decide what they charge. So that could be $2 million per tanker, and they split that with the Omanis, or then the FT reported this morning a proposal to do $1 for every barrel, and they want it to be paid in crypto, which would be untraceable. And we know that because Donald Trump loves to be paid in crypto. No shutting down of the nuclear program. You can continue to enrich uranium. The leadership, not a problem. Can keep supporting those proxy forces. That's the Hezbollah problem. And then that sanctions would be lifted. We already took off $14 billion in sanctions. This would go even further, and Donald Trump would be the first president, certainly in recent memory, that didn't have economic sanctions on Iran. The linchpin story on this, and we have been tracing this particular plot line since the beginning, is what Jonathan Swan and Maggie Haberman reported yesterday in the excerpt of their book that comes out in a couple of months. And it's about a meeting on February 11th in the Situation Room, and Bibi Netanyahu was there. He was sitting at the table with our leadership, and he pitched them on this war. Donald Trump was interested. Pete Hegseth was interested. Everybody else, Ratcliffe, farcical. Rubio, it's BS. General Kane, standard operating procedure for Israelis, they oversell. Susie Wiles, we can't be dragged into another Middle Eastern war. Israel pushed us to do this. It doesn't mean that there weren't some good things that came out of it. But that first day, remember, and you guys said, I can't believe you're saying this, when Rubio came out and he said the truth to the gaggle of reporters that the imminent threat was not against us, it was something that was happening for Israel, is the core piece of this. And now we're stuck in it. And Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff are seen as being very pro-Israel. And that's why people want to negotiate with J.D. Vance instead of with them, because they think that they may possibly be talking to someone who isn't just representing Israeli interests.
Yeah, I think if you continued to read the
so I mean, she still has a pretty liberal take on it, but obviously compared to the rest of these fucking monsters at this table, it's not the worst way to think about it. I don't think anything good has come from this whatsoever. It has helped all of our adversaries. We have lifted restrictions on Russia, which, I mean, with the war in Ukraine and all that stuff, it's like the level of atrocities and the violation of sovereignty, the things that they've done are despicable. Putin's disgusting when it comes to political and social issues and the way that he treats people in his country, political dissonance, all that stuff. And yet we are basically allowing them to make more money than they were before by easing oil restrictions and sanctions on oil sales. China, whether or not you agree with China, they have been on the more profitable end of this scenario. They're still getting oil from Iran. They're still getting oil from that's leaving the Strait of Hormuz. They have offered to help Iran, not militarily, but financially, with more soft power initiatives than with hard power, right? Going into and committing to any kind of war action. And Saudi Arabia and the UAE, while they have been attacked because they are housing U.S. military bases and have essentially taken hits for Israel and the United States, they're still making lots of money off of this. Their premiums for oil sales have gone through the roof. They're benefiting from this. You have contractors that are going to be benefiting from this war. So, I don't think anything good has come from this. If anything, it's expanded the War Department and their abilities to control the world, control the economy. I would say the only thing that I think is good, and we're yet to see the effects of this, but it has tanked the power of the U.S. petrodollar, which is probably not good for the stabilization of our country. But I do think that the world would be better off if it moved away from the petrodollar, because that would help us move away from big oil and our dependency on oil, which will help save the planet that we live on, because that's what I care about. I don't give a fuck about countries' economies. I give a fuck about whether or not there's a world to even have economies in, because without the planet, you have no way of making money, right? No one to spend it, nowhere to spend it. If you don't have a place to live, then you're fucked. Either way, whether or not the capitalists in power want to think that way, that is ultimately what's going to happen. So let's listen to this. Demon Queen. Question. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz? Leave it. We expect that the strait will be open immediately. Question. Who controls the strait right now? Refuses to answer. It's 34 seconds. You see this face too? This is her tell. Remember, we've talked about a few different... I'll make it bigger so you can see. We've made a few different observations on tells when it comes to certain people in the government, right? Her lips are a bit pursed. She has a narrow, focused, more direct eye. Like her eyelids are only open so much, and her eyes are focused. You have the raised eyebrows and expression in kind of contention, right? This is a face of fuck you. I'm not taking what you're saying seriously. I'm automatically going to come to you with this answer in bad faith. I'm not even going to listen to what you have to say, even if it makes sense, right? I automatically am going to assume that you are a bad reporter. You're a bad person. You have ill will against the president, whom I am a sycophant to, right? That's what this face is. You can watch in other interviews when somebody who she doesn't have a contentious relationship with asks a question, her face softens up. These eyebrows come down. Her eyes open up wider. She'll get a little bit of smile. She'll show her teeth. She won't have this stern look on her face. This is a face of somebody who, like, they just watched their kid spill some like juice in the kitchen and they're weighing whether or not they want to beat their ass. That's what this face is saying to me. If my mom had this face, I'd know I fucked up. You know what I mean? She's pissed. So let's watch.
White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the Strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the Strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the Strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the Strait right now?
One on the deportations of...
She heard that. She heard that question. You saw. Watch. Look at her eyebrow twitch.
Controls the Strait right now.
One on the deportations of Iranian officials.
Right. She's like, man, fuck that bitch. She knows. She's calling me out. She's right. I'm wrong, but I gotta stay strong in the face of opposition. And watch her speak to somebody. Look at this. Softer face. Reporter, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization. The entire civilization, not the Iranian government, the Iranian civilization. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history. How? In what way? Show any way that we've been a moral leader. We've butchered Native Americans. We had chattel slavery, and we loved it so fucking much that we were really willing to kill our brethren and start an entire civil war. Hundreds of thousands of people dying because they really fucking loved chattel slavery. We didn't even get involved in World War II and had so many people that were pro-Nazi in the United States. Right? The only reason we even got involved was because they attacked us. Once it became about us, and this is the same thing that goes with like any reactionary in the GOP or even in the Democratic Party. They're issues that we see as a society that are not my problem until it's my problem, right? People cannot put aside this selfish ideal that, it only applies to me once it directly affects my life, right? We have not been a moral leader. We've imposed ourselves as a moral leader, but we have not actually held that position legitimately. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations? The president absolutely has the moral high ground. For you to suggest otherwise is insulting. Like, did you even hear what he said? He's going to destroy an entire civilization. That was his threat. Right? Well, let's look at her demeanor change as soon as this guy asked the question, because you'll understand what I was talking about a second ago with the tells, right?
Sound to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
With all due respect, Caroline,
go ahead.
With all due respect,
go ahead.
There is
just given what we've seen in Lebanon.
and move on. Right? No accountability. She can say whatever the fuck she wants, and we can just move on. Right? Not important. Now, let's look at these last two things about why we're at war with Iran and why we don't actually have the moral high ground. Okay? We don't agree with Iran. We don't agree with how they run their country. We don't agree with this. We don't agree with that, right? It's happened in multiple countries, okay? They sabotaged Iran's economy into collapse, infiltrated and armed protesters to riot, which was confirmed by Trump, okay? I don't think he was supposed to release that information or say that, but he did anyway. And create mass casualties. Then inflated those numbers 10 times to start an illegal war of destruction. These aren't conspiracy theories. These are confirmed facts and statements by officials. U.S. Treasury Secretary revealed how the U.S. engineered protests in Iran. We created a dollar shortage in the country. The Iranian currency went into free fall and inflation exploded. Now, when you want the general public to be on your side for a revolution, the best way is to show them how these policies that are negatively affecting them are affecting their wallets. How are they feeling the pinch at the grocery store? How are they feeling the cost of energy, right? Buying oil to heat their homes, buying gas for their cars, what have you, right? This is Scott Bessent talking before Congress, admitting to creating a dollar shortage and engineering protests in Iran. Which I don't know. Maybe a legal person can clarify. Not sure if that's legal. I don't think it is. Sounds pretty immoral to me.
Have done is created a dollar shortage in the country. At a speech at the Economic Club of New York in March, I outlined the strategy. It came to a swift and I would say grand culmination in December when one of the largest banks in Iran went under. There was a run on the bank. The central bank had to print money. The Iranian currency went into free fall. Inflation exploded, and hence we have seen the Iranian people out on the street. We will continue monitoring all the partners, all the Iranian partners. The good news, Senator, is that we have seen, and we can see it with our fencing, the Treasury, and what we have to do is.
So they created a manufactured crisis in this country, collapsed one of their banks. People went to go withdraw the money. There was no money to be withdrawn. So now they have no way. They just lost all of their money, right? They don't have an FDIC. And even if they did, it probably wouldn't be able to restore or make everybody whole, right? So you have people who just lost a shit ton of money. They have no way of getting resources. They have no way of getting commodities and things that they need to survive, right? Necessary resources for their daily lives. And that drives up costs for everyone else because, well, okay, so now there's less money in the economy, right? There's less confidence in the dollar, in the Iranian dollar. And that causes inflation, right? We know that. And they did that on purpose. He literally just said at the whatever forum he was talking about in New York City, he came up with this plan, they enacted it, and it sent Iran into a free fall, essentially, right? We bombed them in July, and then we caused one of their banks to fail in December. By January, there's mass protests, to which then we armed the people in the protest. Now, if you have an armed resistance going against an armed military, that's going to create casualties, right? So, and like we said, we're constantly arming both sides of every conflict in order to either benefit ourselves when it comes to arms sales or benefit ourselves when it comes to those countries now being weakened. We can come in, negotiate with both countries, put policies or things into effect that benefit us directly by helping them. Hey, listen, we know we encourage both sides of this war to fight each other, but now we're coming in to tell you that you're going to give us some of your resources. in order for us to come in and help both sides of this war negotiate a truce or a ceasefire or whatever. In exchange for that, we're going to want this, right? And that was our goal all along. And with Iran, it's oil. So if we can destabilize the country, we can take over their oil again, which, you know, between the United States and Britain, they've been trying to do since the 60s, since the 70s. BP. When Iran tried to nationalize their oil industry, BP was like, hell no. Those are our refinery plants. You're not going to take away our revenue. If you're thinking about taking away our revenue, we're going to collapse your fucking country. We're going to destroy it. And that's what happened. Now, continuing on that, it's not the first time. It's not the first country. This picture right here, I don't know if I can zoom. Let's see if I can figure out how to zoom. Let's inspect element. Oh, that's looking at the code. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do all that. How do I close this? Get out of here. Okay. Zoom in, zoom out. Okay, little guy plus plus. Okay, got it. Ready? Let's see. Okay, it's not zooming in on the picture, it's just making the actual page bigger. I don't want to do that. I want to zoom in on this. Anyway, this is a list of all of the regime change operations that that the United States has engaged in and enact. Length of the table of contents and United States involved in regime change. God damn it, why can't I just zoom in on it? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why is it making everything else on the page except for the thing that's on the page bigger? So weird. God, I need to get better at tech. All right. Let's move on to Lebanon. All right. We'll probably fly through most of this pretty quick because it is a little outdated. One of the darkest days in Lebanon's recent history, 100 Israeli strikes in 10 minutes across different regions. More than 250 people have been killed and 1,200 wounded, with the toll expected to rise as civilians remain trapped under the rubble. My heart is aching. I'm still in shock. So this is just videos from all around the country of Lebanon. Sound there from 8 different videos at the same time. The death toll rose to, I believe now, from Wednesday's attacks, I believe it's over 2,000 now. Which is insane. 2,000 people killed 300 people killed, 2,000 wounded just in one day. The death toll now for the entire assault on Lebanon, I believe, is now over 2,000. Since the start of Israel trying to take over the land there. Residential building here. Dense isolated area. We've seen 2 rockets come in and just completely decimate. Deadly attacks by Israel on Lebanon's Beirut. Many casualties. Now, why is Israel saying that they're going to keep attacking? This is a list, too, from Courtney Bonneau. This is a list of all of the places that were attacked in Lebanon on Wednesday. Just Wednesday. I've run out of room to scroll. Look at that. That's crazy. That's one day. We've gone through a few of these lists before. They've never been this long. It has never been this intense. Israeli strikes have killed 254 people. This is from Wednesday. Israeli strikes have killed 254 people and wounded 1,165 more across Lebanon just today. Let's listen to Ryan Graham talk.
Israel has carried out a massive attack in Lebanon. 100 strikes in 10 minutes in Beirut. People in Beirut say the entire city was shaking. At least 80 killed at this point, probably many more. Meanwhile, Israel and now Trump, in a phone call with a reporter, are saying that, in fact, even though Hezbollah has agreed to the ceasefire, Lebanon does not count and Israel is allowed to continue bombing Lebanon. However, Pakistan was the mediator that the United States asked to put out the statement that settled this for 2 weeks. Let me read from Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif's statement from last night at 7:50 p.m. Eastern. With the greatest humility, I am pleased to announce that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United States of America, along with their allies, have agreed to an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and elsewhere, effective immediately. This is from the Pakistanis, who the U.S. hired to do this and instructed them how to do it. We know that because they accidentally, in one of their previous tweets, left in obvious language that showed that the U.S. had actually sent them something to post earlier. So the U.S. claimed that Lebanon was included in this and that the U.S. and its allies had agreed to this. Israel is now bombing Lebanon. Iran has responded by saying, okay, Strait of Hormuz, it's closed again. They let through 2 ships. Now it's closed again. Has there ever been a more duplicitous pair of governments than the United States and Israel? How do you make a deal with countries that say one thing on a Tuesday night and then go on to massacre people the next day, pretending as if they didn't say that thing?
So, according to the Lebanese health ministry, the death toll has reached. This is from Tuesday. This is the most updated numbers I can find quickly. Over 1,530, with 4,800 people wounded. Since the war has began in Lebanon. The Israeli army can say whatever it wants, but it is not providing any evidence. What I see on the ground is families terrorized, videos of people jumping from balconies to escape, images of children wounded by shrapnel and trapped under rubble. This is also my city. I've walked these streets countless times. The strikes coming without warning during rush hour. For BBC Newsnight on Israel's claims that it struck Hezbollah centers and took precautions to mitigate harms to civilians. Obviously, we know that's not true. And, you know, like we saw in Gaza, if they have any reason to suspect that there is any type of military target. I mean, they bombed an entire residential building and killed multiple dozens of people to take out one Hezbollah target. and they will continue to do that. So let's watch this video. I'm going to go pee real fast.
Talk about residential buildings. I just want to tell you what the IDF say. They say they were targeting more than 100 Hezbollah command centers and military sites, and they say most of the infrastructure that was struck was located within the heart of the civilian population as part of Hezbollah's cynical exploitation of Lebanese civilians as human shields in order to safeguard its operations. They also say prior to the strike, steps were taken to mitigate harm to uninvolved individuals as much as possible. I mean, did you see any evidence of that?
They're not providing us with any evidence, so they can say whatever they want. What I see on the ground, I see families terrorized. I've seen videos of family jumping out of balconies because they were so scared. I've seen videos, pictures of children injured by shrapnels, a young girl trapped under the rubble. And you know, this is also my city. I live here. I've walked on the streets countless times. I had friends who lived in the very same building, one of the very same buildings that was targeted. They should be providing evidence. And as you know, the fact that the strikes came without warning and also during rush hours, so it means that the streets were packed. It has really increased the number of casualties, and especially also the fact that all the strikes came at the same time. So now the result is like hospitals are full, they're full of families, they're full of children. And yeah, as I was telling you also, like it's more than 254 people killed, and there are also still many people missing under the rubble. So the casualty might be increasing, but the result is that now the result of the Israeli army saying that they're targeting Hezbollah center is that now people are scared that potentially there will be they're now scared of their neighbors. They're scared of everyone around them because nowhere in Beirut feels safe anymore.
So yeah, ooh. What's that? Oh, there was like a lot of it was like a screen recording. I was like, why does it sound like the video's still playing? It's not playing anymore. Yeah. So you know, we have Israel still claiming that they're going to keep attacking Lebanon to go after Hezbollah targets. They've stated that ambulances, first responders, are now open and fair game, even though they've already been attacking them. They've now just officially like announced it, that they're going to be doing it because they believe that Hezbollah is using ambulances to transport weapons, transport Hezbollah militants to different areas, and you know, attacking ambulances, attacking first responders, attacking hospitals, civilian infrastructure. These are all war crimes. But who's better at committing war crimes than Israel? The United States. The United States. That's the answer. So here is Pakistan says U.S. ceasefire included Lebanon. This is a statement from the Pakistani, it's the UN. I believe this might be at the UN.
Remarkable diversity shaped by Lebanon is a country of remarkable diversity, shaped by layers of civilization and a rich cultural and historical legacy. Its people have long shown resilience in the face of adversity, preserving a vibrant social fabric rooted in coexistence among communities and traditions.
Say hi in the chat, yeah.
Lebanon needs a period of calm to pursue its objectives of peace and stability. The renewed escalation and hostilities are a matter of great concern. They threaten far more than infrastructure. They endanger civilian life and risk reversing the fragile political and security progress Lebanon had begun to make preceding the current crisis. In this context, allow me to make 4 points. First, Pakistan reiterates its full support for the sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Lebanon. We condemn in the strongest terms Israel's continued military aggression in southern Lebanon, which has resulted in the death of more than 400 civilians, including at least 83 children and 42 women, and over 600,000 people displaced. Sweeping illegal evacuation orders across large parts of southern Lebanon have deepened civilian suffering. The large-scale destruction of civilian infrastructure and the blatant disregard for international humanitarian law must cease immediately. Second, the use of force must remain the exclusive prerogative of the Lebanese state through its legitimate institutions. In this regard, the Lebanese armed forces play a central role, and Pakistan supports efforts to strengthen their capacity and operational effectiveness. Pakistan welcomes the efforts of the government of Lebanon to restore stability and strengthen state authority, including the cabinet decision of 2nd March to reinforce national security structures. We also note Lebanon's de-escalation initiatives, including the 4-point plan advanced by its leadership to restore calm and stability. Third, Pakistan strongly condemns attacks on UN peacekeepers serving with UNIFIL, who have been injured in Israeli strikes. Peacekeepers operating under the UN flag carry out a vital mandate authorized by the Council. Their safety and security must be guaranteed at all times. Fourth, Israeli military activities in southern Lebanon, including the continued presence of forces and the establishment of positions inside Lebanese territory, are illegal and unacceptable. These Israeli actions, which are in contravention of international law, are also undermining the efforts of the government of Lebanon to ensure peace and stability in the country. We call for Israel's immediate, full, and unconditional withdrawal from all occupied Lebanese territories. Sustainable calm requires the full implementation of Security Council Resolution 1701 and unwavering respect for Lebanon's sovereignty and territorial integrity along the Blue Line. Mr. President, we echo the Secretary General's deep concern regarding the regional military escalation since 28 February, which has gravely undermined the November 2024 cessation of hostilities agreement. The situation in Lebanon cannot be viewed in isolation from this broader escalation across the Middle East. Heightened confrontation and unjustified attacks on several brotherly countries, which Pakistan has condemned, have gravely aggravated regional security and stability. At this critical juncture, dialogue and diplomacy must prevail over confrontation. De-escalation, restraint, and renewed diplomatic engagement are urgently required to prevent further deterioration of the regional security environment. Only through sustained political dialogue and respect for international law can the region move towards stability and peace. To conclude, Mr. President, Pakistan stands firmly with the government and people of Lebanon. The international community must take urgent action to prevent further escalation, alleviate human suffering, and support Lebanon's efforts to restore peace and stability across its territory. I thank you very much.
So, now this is the country, obviously Pakistan is the one that helped broker the ceasefire. When you look at what the ceasefire is actually trying to accomplish, really all it ever does is allow both sides to kind of take a step back and allow them to rearm, regroup, gather their resources again, to inevitably head back into a head-on conflict with each other. Israel has not really been attacking Iran as much, especially as they've basically said they're not going to put any boots on the ground. If anyone's going to put boots on the ground, it's going to have to be the United States. They are focused right now with this front created by the U.S. going after Iran. They are focused on land expansion in Lebanon. And we have Belial Smotrich coming out the other day saying that they are going to now try and take land in Syria. They're going to try and take more land in Lebanon. They're going to try and take land in Jordan. They want to take Jordan as well. So that's what they're focused on. And you know, they know, Bibi knows, that Iran was near having nuclear weapons, right? They've been talking about it for 30 years. This is a distraction for them to be able to focus on committing war crimes and land expansion in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Jordan, which will eventually move to Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Iraq. And that will happen unless we stop them, which I don't think we have the balls or willingness to do. Speaking about Gaza, this is a bombing that came in, that was from last night. This is from Thursday night. If you're wondering how intense the bombing in Beirut was yesterday, then you need to watch this video. It documents the bombardment around the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza near my family's home in November 2023. This is what we call a fire belt in Arabic, meaning relentless consecutive strikes that feel like hell itself. I lived through this many times in Gaza before we left for Egypt. It feels like the end of the world, as if you're standing in flames from every direction with no escape and no way out. Don't look away from this video. So this is actually a few years old, this video. It's over, and then they and that was 30 seconds. Imagine this happening every day. Sometimes all day long. In Beirut, that happened for 10 minutes straight. 100 different strikes in 10 minutes. Okay? The American brain cannot fathom that type of violence happening to them. That's not going to happen anywhere in the United States. So, why would anyone really think about it? Okay, well, I do want to talk about this, the Dahiya Doctrine, and then I'd like to move on to Israel from links that I have for today. Bibi Netanyahu essentially last night threatened Spain with, very vaguely, but could possibly be taken as like, we'll attack you. Which is fucking nuts, dude. I mean, he just feels absolutely untouchable. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about J Street. We're going to talk about new opinion polls of the United States of American citizens on how they feel about Iran. Let's look at this. Okay. Lebanese Red Cross, the number of victims and wounded is large, and the situation is very difficult.
كمان بصور كمان ضربوها ونزلوها كذا غارة على مدينة صور كذا غارة على مدينة صور الله أكبر كمان بصور
شوفوا أربع ضربات ببيروت والضحية مليانة كتير شوفوا
Look at that. So we look at, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Undo. Oh, there's no button to open or closed. All right, whatever. Do. Okay, let's look at this real quick. So we have this thing called the Dahiya Doctrine. Okay, it has been Israel's state-sanctioned policy for them to bomb civilians in Lebanon since 2006. Now, Israel has been trying to invade Lebanon directly since the 80s and just before, right? The Dahiya Doctrine, also spelled Dahiya or Dahiya, is an Israeli military strategy involving the large-scale destruction of civilian infrastructure or domicide to pressure hostile governments, whoever Israel perceives as a hostile government. The doctrine was outlined by former Israeli Defense Forces Chief of General Staff Gadi Eisenkot, Israeli Colonel Gabi Siboni wrote that Israel should target economic interests and the centers of civilian power that support the organization. The logic is to cause difficulties for the civilian population so much that they will then turn against the militants, forcing the enemy to sue for peace. So this is, again, exactly the frame of mind that we had that Bibi pitched to Trump on February 11th about going in on the war against Iran. We do enough damage, okay, the people of Iran will turn against their government and they will demand change. They will demand a regime change or whatever, right? A complete government overhaul. We have the same mentality when it comes to Cuba. We have been doing the blockade and the embargo on Cuba for 70 plus years, hoping that if we create enough pain, the people will then turn against their government, and then that will in turn create a new government that we can then, that is more pliable to U.S. foreign policy, right? So this is, and we talked about too how Israel's entire goal, their entire scope, how they do things, is to not just destabilize the government, but demoralize the government. They want to really create a sense of helplessness. Oh, hi, Trevi. Thanks for following, bud. Appreciate it. Call for Kasha. What's going on, man? Thank you for the follow, sir. Anyway, so that, that is their clear stated goal, is to demoralize, destabilize, right? Not just destroy all of their civilian infrastructure for no reason, but to take away all sense of hope. When they bomb cultural sites and World Heritage UNESCO sites, like they have in Iran and they have in Lebanon and Gaza, it is to demoralize the people there, to separate them mentally from their heritage and create a sense of, okay, well, in order to escape this, I have to leave. I can't be a part of it, right? So, like I said last night, Benjamin Netanyahu essentially threatened Spain. Spain has been one of the more vocal critics of Israel and the EU's support for Israel, and have called for the European Union to divest from their economic trade and economic policy with Israel, right? Don't buy their goods. Don't sell goods to them. Place an embargo not just on weapons sales to Israel, but to all commercial sales, food, goods, whatever we the European Union trades with Israel on. Just completely block them off. Just in, Benjamin Netanyahu issues major threat to Spain. We have the most moral army in the world, but you are about to pay an immediate price. That's crazy, man. To have Israel threaten Spain with possible military action, because it's a pretty vague threat. Could be really anything. And the international community is basically silent on it, right? Let's listen to this whatever he is.
ישראל לא תשתוק מול מי שתוקף אותנו. ספרד הכפישה את גיבורנו, את חיילי צה"ל, חיילי הצבא המוסרי ביותר בעולם.
In case for those that are listening, they can't read the subtitles. Israel will not remain silent.
ישראל לא תשתוק מול מי שתוקף אותנו. ספרד הכפישה את גיבורנו, את חיילי צה"ל, חיילי הצבא המוסרי ביותר בעולם. ולכן הנחיתי היום
to remove Spain's representatives
ממרכז התאום בקריית גת, לאחר שספרד בחרה שוב ושוב להתייצב נגד ישראל. מי שתוקף את מדינת ישראל,
still fucking so loud, BB. You're so fucking loud, bro. Chill. Instead of terrorist regimes,
במקום את משטרי הטרור. מי שעושה זאת,
will not be our
לא יהיה
partners
שותף שלנו לגבי עתיד
regarding the
האזור.
future of the region.
אני לא מוכן לסבול את
I'm not
הצביעות
willing
הזאת
to tolerate this
ואת העוינות
hypocrisy and
הזאת.
hostility.
אני לא
I
מתכוון
will not
לאפשר
intend to
לאף
allow
מדינה
any country
לנהל
to
נגדנו
wage
מלחמה
diplomatic war
מדינית
against us
בלי לשלם על
without
כך
them paying
מחיר
an
מיידי.
immediate price.
ישראל
I mean, you tell me, does that sound like a direct threat to Spain? If you don't fall in line, you're going to feel immediate action. What can Israel do besides threaten military action? That's all they ever do, right? And their stockpiles are not endless. Okay? They cannot afford a, you know, whatever, 6-7 front war, right? They're fighting Iran. They're fighting, they're bombing Gaza. They're fighting Lebanon. They have been fighting in Syria. They have, they want to attack Turkey, which is another NATO country. And now they're talking about having Spain pay an immediate price. Okay, what if Germany joins? What if Sweden joins? What if Norway joins? Okay, what if Italy, France? You're going to fight the entire European Union? You're a tiny nation. You're a small nation, as you always say. How are you going to take on the world? Right? You think that the United States is going to be like, yeah, no, we're good. We're just going to fight everybody with you. I mean, maybe Trump's that fucking crazy. I don't know, but it would be fucking so stupid for us to do that. And for Israel to enter into that and be like, yes, this is a good idea. Let's have a 7, 8, 10 dozen front war. Let's see. What are the other links? And so let's keep talking about how stupid it would be. Huge shift in American views of Israel, right? So 2022, 55% of Americans view Israel favorably, 42% unfavorably. Still pretty high. But this is before October 23rd, right? Compare this number to the teens, right? The 2016, 2015. Oh, hello. My Chatterino just disconnected. The teen years, right? Those numbers were even higher. 60, 65, 70% favorability. 25 to maybe 30% unfavorable, right? Now, 2026, completely flip-flop from 10 years ago. 37% view Israel favorably, 60% unfavorable. Okay? We've talked about Hassan on this channel, and he has said something that I believe is a great way to look at how people view Israel at this point. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be again. And every day after today, they will just become more and more and more unpopular. Okay? I don't know if there's really anything that they could do to turn this all around. I mean, they would have to completely gut and change their entire government. Bibi would have to be out. I mean, you'd have to get rid of the hardline Zionists, these aggressive militant government officials like Smotrich, what's his name, Ben-Gvir. You need to get them out of the government of Israel in order for the country to make a turn. But the majority of Israelis support the war on Gaza. They support bombing and trying to take out Iran because they believe the lies that they've been fed that these countries are trying to kill them, right? You had Seth Rogen a few years ago talking about how when he was a kid, he was basically told, that Israel belonged to the Jews. And when you look at Zionism, it's about the majority of the people being in Israel Jews and have as least amount of Arabs as possible. And he was like, and Seth Rogen was talking in this interview, he basically was like, but I didn't even realize, they didn't tell me when I was a kid that there were people already there. Like when the Ashkenazi Jews and the Jews from that were leaving Europe and after World War II were going into Palestine, there were already people there, right? They made it sound like, or make it sound like, this was the Jews' holy land. This was their home, and the Palestinians were trying to steal the land from them. No, the Palestinians were indigenous to this land at that point. It was the Palestinian Mandate. Or Mandatory Palestine, I believe it was called. And then the Jews were sent there. And the other day I learned, I didn't know this, when the Balfour, or maybe the Balfour was the earlier one. I think that was the one in World War I. But when they were trying to decide what country to send the Jews to, right, it was between Uganda and Palestine. And Uganda is very interesting because at that time, under the English rule, they would have been turned into chattel slaves or some type of like indentured servitude. And instead, they got sent to Palestine and were given that land to essentially take it from the Palestinians. And the Palestinians were our allies during World War II. And we literally just allowed, these people to come in and just take their land from them. Generational divide hits both parties. 50% of Republicans under 50 are negative on Israel. This is crazy. These numbers are wild. Under plus 50 for Democrats, 76. What is this? Okay, so percentage who have a very somewhat unfavorable opinion of Israel. So this is just people that are unfavorable. 76% plus 50 Democrat unfavorable. Ages 18 to 49, 84% unfavorable. So the entire next generation of Gen Z, Gen Alpha on up is just like, no, we're no good. Republicans, who are notoriously staunch supporters of Israel, because the largest amount of Zionists in the world are evangelical Christian Zionists, right? Because they want the Jews to go back to Israel in order to bring about Armageddon, which will bring Jesus Christ back, get rid of the Jews, and have 1,000 years of peace before Judgment Day, right? This is the Christian prophecy, if you will, right? That leads to the end times. 57%, 18 to 49, unfavorable. That's crazy. Where these independents, U.S. adults is gray. 70%, 18 to 49, 60% total. So this is wild. You know what I mean? They don't survive on this front. When the United States, the imperial war machine, the majority of the people in the United States are against the country that wants to have a multi-front war with like the entire fucking world if they don't get on board with this genocide and with this land expansion, illegal land expansion. It's not going to happen. It's not going to work. And on top of that, so now we have the general population. We now have J Street, which J Street, I want to say, is a Jewish news publication. It's a nonprofit liberal advocacy group, an American nonprofit liberal Zionist advocacy and lobby group based in the United States, whose aim includes strengthening Jewish democracy in Israel, promoting a diplomatic and end to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict with a two-state solution, and opposing the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. They oppose BDS. They just came out and said, we should not be giving even defensive weapons to Israel. We should stop doing that. That is a huge, huge development. Just weeks ago, this was a controversial position for Democrats. Now J Street is backing it. A few years ago, a Democrat could get censured in Congress for holding this position. AOC moving on this moved the field. So, huge developments there. We have, overwhelming unpopularity in the United States with American citizens. And now you have Jewish Zionist advocacy groups advocating that we stop sending offensive and defensive weapons to Israel. And it's because of stories like this as well, right? Not only the illegal land grab in Lebanon, the illegal war on Iran, just lying about them, the defamation about their nuclear capabilities. You have stories like this that come out from former IDF soldiers or current IDF soldiers, or IOF soldiers, sorry. For Benny, a Nahal Brigade sniper, changing roles is no longer enough. The wound he describes is already too big. It has penetrated very deep. It started about 2 months ago, he testifies. Every day we have the same mission to secure the humanitarian aid in the northern Gaza Strip. Him and his friends' day begins at 3:30 a.m. accompanied by drones and armored forces. They set up a sniper position and wait. According to him, between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m., the trucks arrive and begin to unload their contents. Meanwhile, the residents try and move forward to get a good spot in line. But there's a line in front of them that they don't notice. A line that if they cross it, I can shoot them, Benny explains. It's like a game of cat and mouse. They try to come from a different direction every time, and I'm there with the sniper rifle, and the officers are yelling at me, take him down, take him down. I fire 50 to 60 bullets every day. I stopped counting kills. I have no idea how many I've killed. A lot. Children. This is a IOF sniper talking about picking people off at humanitarian aid checkpoints in Gaza. How anyone could support this still is wild to me. We looked at that poll just a second ago, and we still had 57%. What was it? 70% supporting ages 50 and above for Republican side. That's crazy to me. It's crazy. And they're just like, yeah, that's fine. The new Trump administration's Gaza ceasefire plan is failing 6 months in, according to a scorecard by Refugees International in partnership with Oxfam, the Danish Refugee Council, Norwegian Refugee Council, and Save the Children, which finds core provisions unmet. Now, we've known this because, hours after the ceasefire was signed last year between Israel and Gaza, they were still bombing. They bombed them all the time. Overall failure, the plan scores just 5 out of 26, with most benchmarks in outright non-compliance. Aid collapse. Humanitarian access scores 0 out of 10, with fewer than 100 UN trucks entering daily, far below the 600 required. Mass displacement. 1.7 million people remain trapped in degrading camps without reliable water, sanitation, or care. Ongoing killings. More than 700 Palestinians killed, including at least 180 children, despite the ceasefire. Health system collapse. No fully functioning hospitals with critical medicines and supplies largely depleted. Now, the other day, they just let in 62 trucks, I believe, or something like that. Or no, it was like 620 trucks. It's like the first day that they were over 600 in like months. What was the other thing? Oh, and they just stated the other day, they just came out and said this too, that the Israeli government, the IOF, have violated the ceasefire in Gaza close to or over 10,000 times since they signed it into its inception. 10,000 times. It's been 6 months. So let's watch. This is Jeremy. I'm not even going to try and pronounce Koniandik. He's talking about this failing of the ceasefire.
And so what we have done with this scorecard is try to assess that and convey that by looking at and assessing the commitments that were made in the ceasefire plan itself. When this plan was announced last fall, there were some very good, very positive commitments made about what it would mean for civilian protection, what it would mean for humanitarian access. There was initially a fair amount of hopefulness that it would mark a turning point in humanitarian access and civilian protection inside Gaza. There were explicit callbacks in the language of the deal to the ceasefire that had been in place for about 2 months early in 2025, during which there had been a very high level of humanitarian aid flowing into Gaza. Comparatively high level, I should say, still not enough, but the best period of humanitarian access since the war began.
Hey, everybody. How's it going today?
That has not been fulfilled. That has not been anywhere close to fulfilled. And so what we have done with this scorecard is look at the specific commitments made in both President Trump's 20-point plan and in the corresponding UN Security Council resolution that enshrined that through the UN, and assessed whether those are being met and delivered upon. And so we looked at 4 categories of those commitments. We looked at civilian protection and the ceasefire itself. On that, as we have heard, the violence continues. The violence continues daily. There is destruction of property, of course, the destruction of buildings, but much more important, the killings continue. Indiscriminate strikes continue. And so there is not a ceasefire in practice in Gaza today. The violence has reduced. It is not what it was during some of the peaks of the war, but there's no way to look at the level of violence in Gaza today and call that a ceasefire. Second, we looked at aid access. And as we've been hearing, and as Dr. Tanya just very vividly described, aid is being blocked. Everything from the hundreds upon hundreds of trucks that remain blocked outside of Gaza, unable to enter, to things as small as people being turned away for a cell phone or carrying some medicine, as she described. There is simply no way to look at that and say that Israel is upholding the commitments it made and that the U.S. agreed to hold it to under this plan. The third area we looked at was reconstruction. There is no reconstruction in Gaza today, and particularly around things like critical infrastructure, critical systems, the health system, the water system, power systems. Those remain they were destroyed in seemingly a very intentional way during the war and are not being rebuilt. And then the last is freedom of movement and the ability of people to return to their homes. And that too is being blocked. Virtually the entire population of Gaza remains penned inside this yellow line and unable to return to the majority of the territory. And I think very importantly, also unable to leave for medical evacuation. And that is killing people. That is killing people needlessly. And there is zero plausible reason whatsoever to be blocking medical evacuations right now. It is guaranteed to kill people, and there's no possible justification for the blockages of those evacuations. And so when you look at that in totality, the plan is failing. And I think it has to be said. And that is not, it is a hard thing, it is a hard conclusion to have to reach, because there was a lot of hope that this would be a turning point. And so we say this not to attack or to criticize, but we really say this in the hopes that the plan will be fulfilled, that these measures, the many positive commitments that were made will actually be delivered upon, because they need to be. The people of Gaza need delivery on these commitments. And that's important, obviously, in very basic humane moral terms for the rights and protection and welfare of people living in Gaza. It's also very important in strategic terms. These elements should be the easiest parts of the ceasefire to deliver on. The word ceasefire means you cease firing. That has not been achieved. Humanitarian access should not be hard to achieve. It should not be hard to deliver upon. And so if in a phase when now the UN and the states involved in the ceasefire and the Board of Peace and all of this are now trying to turn to much thornier, much more politically complicated issues around disarmament and the future political status of Gaza and governance of Gaza, it's very hard to see how there can be any progress on that if they cannot deliver on these elements, which should be the easiest. So what needs to happen? We identify a number of recommendations that we have put into the document. At a very basic level, of course, the violence must stop. There must be a ceasefire in practice, not just in rhetoric. On aid access, there must be an independent and transparent system for approving aid delivery. The Israeli government, as Dr. Tanya described, continues to use its hold over aid access to block legitimate humanitarian aid by legitimate humanitarian aid organizations. That's completely unacceptable. It's illegal under international law. It's totally contrary to both the spirit and the letter of the Security Council resolution and the 20-point plan. And I think it's at a point now, 6 months into this deal, where it's 6 months into this deal, and of course, years into the war, and many years of seeing this kind of practice in Gaza, even before the war, from the Israeli government, where that must be taken away from the Israeli government. The Israeli government cannot be the approver of what and who is allowed to go in to provide aid in Gaza. And so we are calling in this for an independent and transparent system run under international auspices consistent with the Security Council resolution that would instead take on that responsibility from the Israeli government. Related to that, all border crossings into Gaza must be opened. It's astonishing that 6 months into this deal, most of the border crossings into Gaza remain closed. There's no reason for that. There's no plausible security or operational justification for that. It is just about deprivation. Importantly, as well, on aid access, the new and very arbitrary and punitive restrictions that the Israeli government has been placing on international NGOs must be lifted. International NGOs are critical to providing many of the basic services in Gaza, and there is, again, no plausible rationale for these restrictions apart from just creating additional complications and creating a pretext for the denial of aid access inside Gaza. And Palestinians living in Gaza must have freedom of movement. They must be allowed to go back to their homes. They must be allowed to go to areas beyond the yellow line without fear of being shot. And they must be allowed to access medical evacuation for the thousands of people who need it. I'll stop there, and thank you again for your attention to this, and we are grateful for your questions.
So yeah, I know that was long, but the people of Gaza deserve 8 minutes of our time to hear about all of the ways that Israel is completely failing them. And this just goes right back to the Dahia doctrine that we talked about a second ago. He says there's no reason why any of these gates, these border crossings should be closed still. It provides no strategic or military value really to Israel or to the Palestinians. And that's the whole point. That is the whole point. It's just keeping them locked in one place so that just like, fish in a bucket, you can just keep going after them. They have no way of fighting back. So while it doesn't serve really any overall goal, it does serve the goals of Israel. Okay, we're gonna move on to Trump. I have a lot of stuff to talk about with Trump. Oh, what was this? What was this one? Oh yeah,
I love working for President Trump.
Video, dude. So this is acting AG Todd Blanche. I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime. And if President Trump chooses to nominate somebody else and ask me to go do something else, I'll say, thank you very much. I love you, sir. I love you? Are you guys fucking? I know you're his defense secretary, or you were his defense attorney. I love you? The fuck is wrong with these people, dude? The fact that Blanche felt the need to add "I love you, sir" at the end of this is a perfect expression of what pathetic lapdog Trump insists on surrounding him with. Just insanely embarrassing. This guy's a fucking cuck, dude. He is a cuck. He is being cuckolded by the president. All right, let's look at this. So last week we had J.D. Vance, or maybe it was this week, was campaigning in Turkey for Viktor Orban. Or not Turkey, Hungary. For Viktor Orban, a foreign national, our vice president, going to their country to tell the people of Hungary to vote for Viktor Orban. Then Trump takes it a step further and says, my administration stands ready to use the full economic might of the United States to strengthen Hungary's economy, as we have done for our great allies in the past. If Prime Minister Viktor Orban and the Hungarian people ever need it, we are excited to invest in the future prosperity that will be generated by Orban's continued leadership. President Donald J. Trump. 2 days before Hungary's election, Trump pledges to buy votes for Viktor Orban with U.S. taxpayer dollars. Cool, man. Thanks for that sound. Love it. I think your muffler's broken. I don't know if you guys could hear that, but it was very loud. Ooh, I need to turn this down. It's very, very loud. That's better. Okay. This is the leader of another country. Now, Viktor Orban and Trump have had a very close relationship, like too close, right? Viktor Orban is essentially a strong arm leader. I don't know if you could necessarily call him a dictator, but he's definitely authoritarian. And Trump loves men like that, right? Recep Tayyip Erdogan from out of Turkey, and Viktor Orban from Hungary. He loves his Putin. He loves his Putin baby. He loves Bibi. I mean, all of these guys are strong arm, authoritarian style leaders of these countries. So yeah, we have the president going ahead and pledging our tax dollars to this foreign country, so that a man that he likes, maybe even loves, will remain in power. I'm gonna look at. Oh yeah, let's talk about this because this is fucking wild, dude. The government, essentially under the military more specifically, but our government has essentially threatened the Vatican. So not only has Bibi threatened Spain with possible military action, but we have also now threatened the Vatican, the Holy See. The Pentagon threatening the Vatican by invoking the Avignon papacy is some deep-cut Christian zealotry that could only have come directly from Pete Hegseth. It comes just days after the Pentagon's controversial exclusion of Catholics from its Good Friday service. Pentagon to host Good Friday service just for Protestants, not Catholics. The Pentagon has invited more than 3,500 employees to attend a Good Friday service at its in-house chapel, except it's only for Protestants, not Catholics. So apparently we want the Irish Protestant versus Catholic war to come over here too, for whatever reason. Just a friendly reminder, there will be a Protestant service, no Catholic Mass, for Good Friday today at the Pentagon Chapel, reads a Friday email sent by Air Force leadership, a copy of which was shared by an employee. I guess so the Catholics know their kind ain't welcome, said this employee who requested anonymity. Wow, what the fuck? Anonymity to speak about internal communications. It's so ridiculous. A Pentagon spokesperson confirmed it is not hosting another separate religious service for Catholic employees. The Protestant service is the only service scheduled in the Pentagon chapel today, they said in a statement. And this comes after, as Sean Ryan had shared this, the Daily Beast wrote an article. Trump goon gives Vatican bitter lecture amid growing rift. The Pentagon summoned the Pope's ambassador, told him the United States has the military power to do whatever it wants, and warned that the church better take its side, or else. They even invoked the Avignon papacy, a dark chapter in history when a government used military force to bend the church to its will. So where exactly does this end? If the Pope refuses to fall in line, what's the next move? Bomb the Vatican? That's from Sean fucking Ryan, bro. That's from Sean Ryan. One of the most pro-war, jarhead-ass motherfuckers. And he's like, bro, what are we going to do? We're going to bomb the Vatican? That's insane. Letters from Leo can now independently confirm that the meeting took place and that the Vatican was so alarmed by the Pentagon's tactics that Pope Leo shelved plans to visit the United States later this year. Many in the Vatican saw the Pentagon's reference to the Avignon papacy as a threat to use military force against the Holy See. A stunning new report claims the Pentagon... Oh, this is the same thing, right? Yeah. Fucking wild, dude. Oh, here we have an updated story. This is from the 8th. Oh, they probably just changed some stuff. It's not like anything super new. Bro, we're threatening to bomb the fucking the Vatican. Are you fucking kidding me? Where does this end? Who are we doing this for? What is the point of all of this? Okay, so we have some updates on some ICE movement. Let's look. I have a couple other ones over here from ICE. We'll go through all this ICE stuff now. That green line shows the immigrants ICE arrested who have ever had a violent criminal conviction. Then the orange line is all other crimes. Then you have the blue line for non-criminals. Since Inauguration Day, only the non-criminal line is up. It couldn't be any clearer. Look at this. Right? So, blue, none. No crimes committed. Shoots up. Well over 2,000 weekly arrests. We're up right now, January 26th. So this is 3 months ago at this point. We're up over 6,000 weekly arrests for non-criminal immigrants, non-citizens, without criminal convictions. Up 8 times since January 2025 in 1 year. Orange line, which is non-violent crimes, 2,000 a week. Pretty steady all the way across. Violent crime. Oh, we're getting all the violent crime off the street. All the violent immigrant criminals that are in our country. We're getting them all off the street. Literally has not fucking changed. Because they are so few and far fucking between, dude. And we've been saying this since the beginning of this, Trump 2. The amount of violent criminal immigrants in this country, non-citizens, is staggeringly low. Super fucking low. U.S. born citizens commit violent crime at a much significantly higher rate than non-citizens do. Immigrants, refugees, what have you. And now this week, today, or yesterday, I believe, ICE detained 2 elementary students. Deport them within 48 hours. This week, ICE crossed a new alarming line, said lawyer. Children are being targeted. They were deported with nothing but the clothes on their backs to a place where they have no home, no belongings, no resources. 6-year-old Dennis and 11-year-old Genesis, both students at Burton Magnet Elementary School, were detained with their parents while attending an asylum hearing. Their phones and documents were taken away before being driven away in an unmarked van with dark tinted windows, so they couldn't even wave goodbye to their family. If we do everything according to the law, we still get kidnapped in the middle of the day and taken away. What are people supposed to do? Incident occurred in Durham, North Carolina. Now, this is my state. ICE was here and CBP was here in September or October of last year. They were here for a little over a week, maybe just around a week. And there was a huge support, a lot of support from the local community to really protect the immigrant community in Charlotte. There were still some major things that happened. I don't think they got a ton of national coverage, not like Minneapolis did. But there was a woman who was essentially driving around following the ICE vehicles, honking her horn, alerting the community, La Migra, La Migra. And they had followed her, ended up following her to her home, tried to force her out of the vehicle, and bashed in her window of her car in order to get her out of the car in her own driveway. Another immigrant was pulled over, I believe, twice in the same day and harassed by ICE and CBP, and he was an American citizen. If I said, I didn't mean to say immigrant. If I said immigrant, he was an American citizen. And then there was another guy, like a white man, who was trying to alert his community about the fact that ICE was there, putting his body on the line, and he was detained by ICE and CBP for multiple hours. They were trying to say that he tried to ram them with their car. Basically the same story that was told about Renee Good months before that happened. So let's watch this video real quick.
This week, ICE crossed a new and alarming line in North Carolina. Children are being targeted.
Burton Elementary Magnet School students 6-year-old Dennis and 11-year-old Genesis detained and deported with their parents while at an asylum hearing in Charlotte. Ciambra, North Carolina says it happened without due process.
We're given very little information. Their phones were taken away, their documents were taken away, and they were basically told to wait in a room.
While a family member was waiting outside.
When she got a call from a private number saying that she should go home because her family would not be coming out.
According to immigration law, federal immigration authorities have broad discretion in detention and removal proceedings.
If we do everything according to the law, which is what the federal authorities are telling people to do, we can still get kidnapped in the middle of the day and taken away. So, what are people supposed to do?
State Senator Sophia Chitlick says she is working with lawmakers to demand transparency from the Department of Homeland Security.
I want to be clear that none of this is normal. None of it is acceptable, and we will not stand in silence while children are kidnapped and deported without due process.
Now, I have reached out to ICE authorities to learn why this family was deported and what the status of their asylum was, but I am still waiting to hear back. Live in Durham, Haley Kennedy, CBS 17 News.
So actually, that happened in Charlotte, but it was a Durham family, so that is it didn't occur in Durham. It occurred in Charlotte. It's fucking despicable, dude. These are children. And now we have, this is out of Arizona. Congresswoman Yasemin Ansari. She is Arizona's representative for Arizona's 3rd Congressional District. I just conducted an unprompted late-night oversight visit at an ICE holding facility at the Mesa Gateway Airport with Rep. Greg Stanton and Rep. Grijalva. What we saw was shocking and sick. Over 240 detainees stacked like sardines in cells. People were sick and ICE was refusing medical care. Here's what happened.
Conducted an unprompted oversight visit at the ICE holding facility at the Mesa Gateway Port in Arizona, alongside my colleagues, Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva and Congressman Greg Stanton. We went there because there have been reports sent to us today about overcrowding and about potentially a hunger strike that was taking place. This holding center is supposed to be the place that ICE doesn't keep people for more than 12 hours. It's the last stop before deportation flights. So we decided to show up here, even though ICE tries to make it as difficult as possible to conduct these visits. We showed up here unannounced. We got to the gate, tried to call, nobody was answering. So we actually went around the side where you can literally like see the tarmac right there. And we saw buses full of people that were about to be put on these deportation flights. We called out to somebody who ended up being an ICE staffer. And after a lot of essentially begging, we were let in, the three of us, to go conduct oversight here. I cannot tell you how fucking horrible what we saw was. I have been to this facility before with Congressman Stanton back in February. The last time we were there, they very much, cleaned things up and tried to make this horrible place as presentable as it could be. And what we saw tonight was massive overcrowding of every single cell. So imagine you walk in, it's like very small space and rooms next to each other, all concrete, and each room has capacity for just 21 people. And in each of these rooms, there were 40 or more human beings. People were body to body, laying next to each other like sardines, on top of each other. Men and women who were in these rooms were trying to talk to us, and they had told us that we cannot talk to detainees, which is also this insane thing that ICE tries to do to prevent the truth from coming out about what's going on. But they couldn't stop this because the people were really desperate to talk to us naturally. And through the cracks in the door, they are telling us that it's extremely hot, that they have been there for days when they're not supposed to be in this place for more than 12 hours, that one of the men was telling me that somebody has a fever in there, and I tried to get the ICE supervisor to bring medical staff over, and he was just staring at me blankly like I was asking for the most ridiculous thing. It is just awful, awful. So at least hundreds of people were there. I think the three of us all were just beside ourselves with the magnitude of the inhumanity that is ongoing. We know this to be the case. I mean, this was my 8th oversight visit. I've had the opportunity to speak with detainees. I know each of these places is awful, but this was uniquely horrible in the amount of people that they are keeping inside of each of these rooms. If you've seen the images that came out of CCOT, where Kristi Noem was standing, and you see these cells with lots of detainees and lots of human beings just in each room, that's what this was like. And none of the staff would give us clear answers. The last time we were here, they told us it's very uncommon for people to be here for more than 12 hours. It's very uncommon for them to be over capacity, and it's very clear now that that's not the case. So yeah, we're going to continue to do these oversight visits. We're not going to give another dollar to ICE, but we need to be talking about this issue loudly and exposing ICE and these private prison companies for what is happening inside these facilities. And I think it is very important, now that I've seen this with my own eyes, for us to work directly with municipalities and the county to do everything possible to stop this. This is a health and safety standard, hazard, fire hazard, and so much more. So just wanted to tell you all what we saw, and we'll report more soon.
So yeah, not only are they brutalizing the adults by, you know, leaving them largely, you know, penned together in these small enclosures in places that are supposed to serve as intermediate holding places, right? They're only supposed to be there for 12 hours. I'm about to show you a video of... Oh, did I not save it? Hold on, let me... I don't give a fuck about anyone's opinion on immigration at this point. This is inhumane. This is wrong, period. There is nothing anyone can say to justify this treatment. These are human beings. Their lives matter. Fuck anyone who supports this. No showers. Okay, let's look at this post. No showers for over 40 days. Lights kept on all night, and people sleep on concrete floors complaining of hunger. This is from Representative Jim McGovern. Our brothers, look at them. Look at how they are begging for help, putting their hands together. Please help us. This is not okay. Retweet.
40 days?
We have 40 days here. We haven't taken a shower for 40 days.
You haven't taken a shower for 40 days?
We haven't taken a shower for 40 days. We came here to work in the United States.
And what about food? Are you eating? Are you being fed? Food?
¿Te dan comida? Oh, come on. La luz por la noche. La luz por la noche. ¿La luz está prendida por la noche? ¿Ah?
So you've been here for over 40 days. No showers, no meals.
Señor, le tienen la luz prendida por la noche. No pueden dormir bien. So they're saying that the lights are kept on all night long.
Craziness, bro. Craziness. And I still meet fuckers every fucking day, or see people online, they're like, yeah, deport them illegals. Deport them illegals. The fuck? Okay, let's look at this. We'll finish up the government section here. Let's go back to Easter weekend when the supposed plane went down. It looks like Pete Hegseth is lying again, and this time about the alleged downed soldier that he said messaged God is good from his N-cell or ANPRQ7 device because they have no keyboard. Therefore, there's no way he could have messaged that. This begs the question, why lie about this? Now, Pete Hegseth came out that weekend and tried to equate the downed airplane pilot, heartburn, with Jesus. He was downed on Friday, and Sunday he had risen again, and trying to tie this into some kind of religious fervor, right? And we know he's had a religious fervor about this war. He wants it to be a holy war. That's the whole point. So let's hear this guy talk about why he's lying. Maybe. There we go.
When he was finally able to activate his emergency transponder, his first message was simple and it was powerful. He sent a message God is good.
Nah, that did not happen. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is once again gaslighting the nation. At least this time he's not doing it in slam poetry format. But do you know why there's zero chance that the U.S. Air Force pilot that was downed by the Iranian Air Force systems sent a message that said, God is good? Because this is the communication device that a downed U.S. Air Force pilot has. It's called a CCEL or ANPRQ-7. And it is a technological marvel that guarantees GPS location, encrypted authentication, secured satellite connection, beacon mode for homing, and preset digital messaging. But do you know what it does not offer? Custom messaging. You see, it has no keyboard. So unless the Air Force pre-programmed the sucker with God is good before the mission started, there is no way for a pilot to send that type of message after his transponder becomes operational. But see, Pete Hegseth isn't interested in the truth. He's interested in gaslighting the more gullible slice of Americans in a desperate attempt to frame this war of choice as a religious battle, hoping to get at least those people to support a war we didn't need and we certainly didn't want.
So yeah, so there you go. More propaganda, more garbage coming out of the Pentagon. Let's move over to the White House here. So we've been talking about, and the news has been talking about, all of these aspects of insider trading that have been happening. These strange buys and puts that are being that are hitting the financial lines of the S&P and various other stocks, and people are buying stocks at a very strange time, usually a few hours, maybe an hour or two before major policy announcements or updates on the war and its progression, to a point where the only way that people would be able to make these types of institutional trades, they would have to have insider knowledge. And the White House admitted it. The White House just admitted it last night by putting out a statement. But let's look at some other insider trading, suspected insider trading that has happened over the last week. A Trump insider opened a $51 million oil short position hours before Trump announced a ceasefire with Iran. This guy is now 16,416. $170 million in profit, a perfect streak. This is not a talented trader. We placed the bet, the ceasefire dropped, we cash out 16 times in a row. That is not skill, that is not instinct, that is not research. That is someone who knows what is coming before it comes. Think about what that actually means. A private individual is placing a $51 million bet that oil prices are about to collapse hours before a sitting president announces a ceasefire that collapses oil prices. Not once, but 16 times. 0 losses. There are only 2 explanations, and both should terrify you. Either someone inside the White House or with direct access to it is leaking ceasefire negotiations to traders before diplomats, before the press, before the American people hear a single word. That is insider trading. That is corruption. That is a federal crime. But as we've talked about before, the Trump administration has completely gutted the SEC. They have completely neutered the FTC, okay? Because those are our 2 main defenses against insider trading and market manipulation, right? If there's no one there to investigate the crime, better chances for the crime to go unnoticed or any kind of information that could be used later to prosecute these people, right? Or the timing of the announcement itself is being shaped around the trade, which is worse. This is not a genius investor who reads the news faster than you do. The news hadn't happened yet. He wasn't reading the news. He was getting a phone call. While Americans were watching the ceasefire announcement and feeling relieved, somebody already knew. Somebody had already bet $51 million on it, and somebody was already counting their winnings. You're not watching a free market. You're watching a White House with a side hustle.
Thank you, Proud Paul. Thank you.
Now, this is a Republican representative, Tim Burchett, drops a bombshell on insider trading by stating Washington isn't just a swamp, it's a sewer of corruption, enriching from taxpayer money, and it needs to stop. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. She's not even in the top 10. And she's one of the most, between her and her husband, one of the most dynamic duos when it comes to institutional trading, right? And being able to like read the stock market and all that stuff, and being able, I mean, they've made a lot of money off the stock market.
Thank you.
Bro, Twitter is so broken.
Thank you, Proud Paul. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, Brian. Somebody asked me if I was going to wear my jacket up there, and I said, to quote the immortal words of Henry Winkler when he played the Fonz, I always rumble in this jacket, because that's what we're up against. This is a fist fight, folks. Now, first, I guess I need to thank Chairman Stiles and the committee, the House Admin Administration Committee, for taking this up, because I realize what we're up against. I mean, this is, everybody talks about this place being a dadgum swamp. It's not a swamp. A swamp is something cool God created. It filters water. Animal life lives and flourishes around it. This is a sewer. This is created by man, and it needs to stop. We've, for years, Congress has been using hard-working American taxpayers' money to get rich. Dadgum, it's got to stop. America knows what the heck's going on. Everybody wants to knock Pelosi. Heck, she's not even in the top 10. Get on that Unusual Whales site. This is pathetic, folks. We all know what's going on. Congress knows what the hell's going on, and it needs to stop. This body has been enriching itself on the taxpayers' dime for too dadgum long, and it's got to stop. This place is crooked, and is as crooked as a dog's leg. That's an old East Tennessee saying, but it's the truth, and it needs to stop. America knows what's going on. We're in committee meetings. We hear things before y'all do. We can make those connections. When you see a member of this body making 400, 500, 600 trades a year, you know something's wrong. Everybody ought to do like I do. I got my buddy Tommy Siler who invested in my mutual fund. I ended up having to cash it out because my daughter's going to school. I'm not a wealthy man. But look, this thing is broken, and it needs to be fixed. And this is the right avenue to do it. And I want to say something. I'm going to get these guys mad at me, but I really don't care because they can't vote in my district. This thing ain't going to pass. We're going to pass something in the House, and then guess what? The Senate will either, one, not take it up, or they'll come back in righteous indignation and say, oh, we need to make this stronger, something totally ridiculous, and they'll send it back to us. This is a scam that's being played on the American public, and it needs to stop. Let's quit with this nonsense. Let's give America a reason to trust Congress for once in our miserable lives. This is our chance to stand up and say, we hear what you're saying, America. We're going to fix this dadgum problem. But we probably won't do it. And I'll remain ticked off the rest of the day because of this. And it needs to stop. I want to thank all these folks, really. I joke around about it. You want to talk about something that, we all working together? Dadgummit, this is the issue. This is the issue where Democrats and Republicans. Dadgummit, if I can stand up here with these two. Yeah, these two. I mean, people back in East Tennessee are going, what in the heck's Burchett doing sitting next to Proud Paul, for goodness sakes? Well, I'm not going to beat her in her district, and she sure as heck ain't going to come down to East Tennessee and beat me. But this is an issue that America's united on. We ought to get behind this thing. You all in the press, it would make a hell of a lot of sense.
Dadgum, he right. Dadgum, he right. This got to stop. The only thing he said more times than this has got to stop is dadgum. All right? That's how you know this man's serious. Okay? It's a major problem. And the White House just admitted that it's a problem. The White House told staff to stop insider trading. The White House Management Office sent a staff-wide email on March 24th warning employees against using their positions to place well-timed bets in future markets, according to a new report from the Wall Street Journal. 3 accounts On the prediction platform, Polymarket earned more than $600,000 by correctly betting on the timing of this week's Iranian ceasefire, and a flurry of activity on oil futures markets, in which $760 million changed hands in less than 2 minutes, preceded this email by only 15 minutes. The White House confirmed the email's authenticity, but denied any wrongdoing, with Trump spokesman Davis Engel calling any suggestion of insider trading baseless and irresponsible. Then why are you putting out this statement? Why are you admitting that there's a fucking problem with insider trading within your administration, but it's baseless and irresponsible? Bro, they just want to have it every which fucking way they can. It's fucking bullshit, dude. Dadgum, it's bullshit. I don't even know, man. I don't even know what to say. I hate that guy was like, yeah, it's not going to pass. I mean, he's exactly right, though. Even if it did pass the House, it's going to go to the Senate. The Senate's going to be like, oh, yeah, we should make this stronger. And then it'll go back to the House, and it'll have some provision in it that'll have to get changed, and then it'll die in the House. And somebody else, some representative or senator will be able to convince some other representatives or senators to vote against it and kill it in committee or kill it on the floor or, and then it's still got to go to President Trump to get signed into law. Then he's just going to veto it anyway. So I admire that they are trying to fix things, but I really don't understand how they do that without the actual support of Congress. Okay, let's keep going. We have a few things left on from Thursday. Festus, Missouri. So we talked about data centers on Tuesday and how when you don't listen to your constituents, you end up either A, getting a very, very upset constituency in your area that are liable to do reckless things like shoot up someone's house, or what's more likely, the city council in this Missouri approved a $6 billion data center despite massive pushback. Then, during yesterday's election in Festus, Missouri, residents overwhelmingly voted to kick out the incumbents who voted for the project. America is fed up with data centers. So let's look at this. They got crushed, dude. Crushed. Let's look at Ward 1. Carl Weekly. Okay, going up incumbent. Collier. 34%. Carl Weekly came in and whooped his ass. 30% he killed him by. Ward 2. Wayner. Look at my Wayner. 'Cause you just got crushed by 50 points. 50 points, dude. Decimated. Ward 3. Venz. Let's find him. Bobby Venz. 17%. Dan Moore comes in. 50%. Another plus 30. Ward 4. Tinnin. 19%. Rick Belleville. 65%. Crushed. So, you don't listen to your constituents? Guess what? You don't have a constituency anymore. That's how this works. Okay? And then also, earlier this week, we did have a big election in Wisconsin for the Supreme Court. Holy Toledo. The liberal for Wisconsin Supreme Court exceeded Harris 2024 by 21 points, Largest liberal win in an open seat in 30 plus years. GA 14, that's Georgia. The Dem exceeded Harris by 25 points. Largest Dem special overperformance since Alabama 27 Senate race. All suggests an easy Dem win in the House. Now, Mr. Enton here, Mr. Harry Enton, did say that we will have a harder time with the Senate. I want to say we only had like 5-point majority favorability right now for Democrats. Democrats are fucking underwater in a time where they should be super, super popular, very supportive, right? Everyone fucking hates Trump. Everyone fucking hates what Trump is doing, or at least, half the country. And yet you have Democrats with only a +5 majority in popularity. Whereas back in 2018, during the midterms of Trump won, I believe they were +30. Completely different makeup of the House, right? But I think a lot more people are a little bit aware of what is happening and what's going on and how things don't change, right? So let's listen to Mr. Harry Enton here give his expert advice on the numbers.
Holy Toledo, holy smokes, holy cow. What are we talking about here?
Wow,
I mean,
you
look
got
at these
3.
shifts. Okay, and I want to put this into historical perspective for you. Dems, liberal, exceeding the previous presidential vote. So in 2025, 2026 cycle, we're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris. Look at this. We're talking about exceeding Kamala Harris, the liberal candidate did, by 21 points. 21 points, and this is part of a pattern, right? In Virginia governor, we saw the Democrat there exceeding Kamala Harris by 10, New Jersey governor by 8, and this is even better than what Democrats had back in the 2017, 2018 cycles, where they were exceeding Hillary Clinton's baseline, but by 12, 4, and less than a point. So this time around, oh my goodness gracious, holy cow, holy smokes, holy Toledo. And of course, remember, Democrats took the House in 2018, and I will note that Wisconsin Supreme Court performance last night by Chris Taylor was the best for a liberal candidate in an open seat in at least 30 years.
So this was the race that we saw last night in Wisconsin, a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat, a 9-point swing there. What about Georgia in perspective? That was a special election for Marjorie Taylor Greene's House seat. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, you think a 21-point overperformance versus the Kamala Harris baseline is impressive. That ain't got nothing on what happened in Georgia. Look at this. Okay, again, putting this in perspective, 2025, 2026, U.S. House special elections. How much did the Democrats outrun Kamala Harris's baseline from 2024? Look at this. In Georgia, 25 percentage points. My goodness gracious, that beat all the other Dem overperformances, and they've overperformed in all of them. So we're even getting higher than the highest of heights. We're talking 13 in Tennessee, 7, 17 in Arizona, 7, 17 in Virginia, 11, 16 in Florida, 6, 23 in Florida, 1, and all of a sudden we're talking 25 points. The biggest Dem overperformance in a special congressional election since 2017, when Doug Jones won that Alabama special Senate election.
Yeah, and I got to say, some of the county data in Georgia and Wisconsin that we saw overnight, even better for Democrats in some key places they're looking for here. Harry, we've talked about this before. I don't like to recycle old things, as you know, I like new, but this is super important. What do special elections, what do they tell us about outcomes in midterms? Yeah,
I've used this slide before, but I'm going to recycle it because I'm going to give it extra special energy this morning to make it brand new for you. Brand new slide. Okay, special elections and midterm results. When a party outperforms in special elections, why are we looking at these specials? It's because 5 out of 5 times since the 2005-2006 cycle, that party went on to win the U.S. House of Representatives. And Mr. Berman, I will note the Kalshi prediction markets really are taking these results and saying, oh my goodness gracious, because look at this. Chance Democrats win in 2026, both the House and Senate. On January 1, it was 29%, up like a rocket now, 51% that Democrats.
This war is killing Republicans. Killing them. It's amazing, right? It's very good. Obviously, we want Democrats in power in order to change whatever the fuck is going on. But what we need them to do is be effective, okay? What happens a lot of times is the Democrats get back in power. They're spineless. They're still going to bend over backwards for their corporate donors, okay? And not really much is going to change fundamentally, unfortunately. But it is better than what we have now. And, we need it. We need the change. So it's good that numbers are up for Democrats, but they are still largely underwater when it comes to a majority of this. Let's see. What else do we have to talk about today? Oh, yeah. Let's watch this Elisa Slotkin interview, and let's talk about AIPAC. So, AIPAC, American, what is it? American Israeli Political Action? No, policy. What does it stand for? It's not a super PAC, right? The AIPAC super PAC is AIPAC PAC. Public Affairs Committee. That's what the PAC stands for. Public Affairs Committee. Okay. Whenever AIPAC's influence gets brought up in the mainstream discussion and normal dialogue, a lot of people in positions of power, especially those who get paid from the AIPAC lobby, it becomes a sensitive subject. And immediately gets turned into a point of anti-Semitism. Oh, you don't like AIPAC? You must be anti-Semitic. You think Jews are trying to buy Washington. You think they're trying to influence policy, and that is a ooh, wow, what a great picture they used for it, too. That is anti-Semitic, okay? That is an anti-Semitic trope. You're being, you hate Jews, right? You believe in conspiracy theories, whatever. We know that this is a problem, because if it wasn't a problem, we wouldn't have this thing called Track AIPAC, right? So on earlier this week, I'm not going to show you that video because it's stupid. Her response is fucking dumb. But in a discussion at a town hall kind of, press style event, she's asked a question about AIPAC and a majority of Jewish donors, right? Lobby donors that represent the Jewish community or Israel or what have you. And she immediately gets tense and defensive and tries to basically spin the question back at the person who asked and frame them as being anti-Semitic without directly saying you're being anti-Semitic. What I think you're saying is anti-Semitic is kind of what she says, right? Now, this week we have let's open this up in a new tab here. DNC committee shoots down resolution condemning AIPAC. Now, AIPAC is not registered as a foreign agent, okay, even though they are directly tied to Israel. DNC panel rejects AIPAC-specific resolution, advances broader measure condemning dark money. So this is the same thing that Burchett was just talking about, the representative from Tennessee, okay? We shoot this down and try and replace it with something that's supposedly more comprehensive, which is, pretty much bullshit. It's not really, a thing. You're just not putting in the effort. So let's read this real quick. Democratic National Committee panel voted on Thursday to reject a resolution condemning the growing influence of dark money and corporate-backed outside spending in Democratic races, particularly the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. At the DNC's spring meeting in New Orleans this week, the Resolutions Committee voted to kill the push, which would have been non-binding, as scrutiny over the pro-Israel lobby grows amid the midterms. The use of massive outside spending to support or oppose candidates based on their positions regarding international conflicts or foreign governments raises concerns about undue influence over democratic debate and policymaking, potentially constraining elected officials' ability to represent the views of their constituents. Reads the resolution submitted by Florida DNC member Allison Minnerly, pointing out AIPAC in particular for spending some $14 million in the Illinois Democratic primaries last month. So that was Kat Abugzala going up against whatever that fucking douchebag's name is. I don't even care what his name is. And the other chick, Fine, I think her last name was, who had received a ton of money from AIPAC. The other guy was pretty well respected and didn't take, I don't think, any money from AIPAC and condemned AIPAC, although I think a lot of people, a lot of progressives really wanted Kat to win, but unfortunately she did not win. And that's because they went after her specifically with this $14 million. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who was once an AIPAC donor, condemned the group after the primaries, joining a growing number of Democrats once supportive of AIPAC who have turned on the political powerhouse over its involvement in elections this year. While the panel on Thursday voted to recommend a broader resolution condemning the influence of dark money in the 2026 Democratic primary elections, it did not specifically call for AIPAC contributions to be rejected, though the attitude was largely implied. The resolution calls for robust campaign finance transparency and says the DNC reaffirms its commitment to campaign finance practices that align with the party's core values. It further adds that the aspects of the resolution shall inform the development of the 2028 Democratic Party platform. The AIPAC resolution's failure to advance out of the DNC committee shows that while there is an appetite within the party to take a more forceful stance against the organization, an influential pro-Israel group whose opposition against conditions on aid to Israel has made it more divisive in races more recently, it's not one that many DNC members are comfortable standing behind. The DNC resolution panel's rejection of the resolution means it will not go before the full body for a final vote on Friday. Still, AIPAC remains a wedge issue for the party. Some political groups cheered the resolution panel's decision to reject the resolution. Democratic majority for Israel President and CEO Brian Romick said in a statement after the vote that the group was pleased that the DNC committee rejected a set of divisive anti-Israel resolutions. These measures would be a gift to Republicans, would further fracture our party, and do nothing to bring Israelis and Palestinians closer to peace. Where I was reading that for a second, I was like, damn, dude, just yelling the quiet part out loud. Do not want any kind of resolution. DMFI will continue to stay engaged with the DNC and its task force on the Middle East as it relates to these harmful resolutions, he added. The DNC and party advocates need to keep focus where it belongs, on building a united Democratic Party that can win back Congress this November and keep attacking people like Hassan Piker, because that's the most important thing to do these days. But it also frustrated other factions of the party. IMEU Policy Project Executive Director Margaret DeRose said in a statement that vote once again showed the Democratic leadership is asleep at the wheel when it comes to one of the biggest existential threats to the party. DNC Chair Ken Martin, in response to the Hill's story about Thursday's committee vote, argued that the panel's broader resolution condemning dark money groups captured concerns about outside spending overall. We had various resolutions that focus on different industries and groups, and instead of going one by one, we passed a blanket repudiation, he wrote on the social platform X. I have made my position on this clear from day one. We must end the influence of dark money in our politics and restore power back to the people. Broad concerns about AIPAC's influence were heightened amid the Israel-Hamas conflict, becoming a focal point of the 2024 Democratic primary. Portions of the Democratic electorate voted uncommitted, or a version of that answer, against former President Biden's initial re-election bid over anger with the administration's policy in the region. Okay. So the only way to get dark money out of politics is to reverse Citizens United. And I believe Wisconsin, I'm guessing. I think I'm trying to remember if that's correct, but I'm pretty sure Wisconsin is the one state right now that is really making any kind of headroom forward against dark money in politics, which is all your super PACs, right? That the money for super PACs does not have to be tracked, does not have to be love how my work pays me an emotional salary. I'll surely be able to pay my bills and buy groceries with that. What do you mean? Love how my work pays me an emotional salary? What work do you do? I mean, obviously an emotional salary is not going to pay any bills. But what does that have to do with the DNC and AIPAC? Not sure of the correlation there. Oh, when they pay you in feelings instead of a living wage? Well, yeah, I mean, obviously that's a huge issue for every single voter is affordability and the pay disparity in the United States. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I used to be a server, and I lived my income was based off of tips. And I would get people that were super, super nice. The nicest people were usually the worst tippers because they would be super nice to you and then not pay you, not tip you at the end. But they were like, oh, but I was nice to you. So take that gratitude home and give it to your landlord. I work at an old folks home. Word. What do you do at an old folks home? I used to... that was one of my first jobs when I had working papers at 13, was working at an old folks home. I was a server. My dad was the weekend cook. All right, I want to watch this video it's an interview with Elise Slotkin. We're going to watch this other one here first. Elise Slotkin hit back after Hassan Piker criticized her for going on Bill Maher's show, but not his live stream. He calls me stupid like every other week, she told Adam Wren. What normal human being would choose to go on a show where someone calls you stupid? I mean, are you a big baby? You can't go on and defend yourself and prove why you're not stupid? It makes no sense, right? So let's watch this video real quick while I go pee.
I talked with Hassan Piker this week, and he essentially said that there was a double standard on you going on Bill Maher's show versus his Twitch stream. Do you want to respond to that?
Well, first of all, I've never been invited on his stuff, and I've gone on Bill Maher a bunch of times. Look, I have said repeatedly, like, I gotta call balls and strikes, whether it's anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, coming from the state that I come from, and so that's what I've tried to do as he's come into Michigan. And I think there are a ton of podcasts or invites that I've not taken, and every politician has to make their choice. They have to make a decision about what they're going to go on. So I've been on Bill Maher, I think this is my 4th time, and that's just how I feel given some of the things that were said.
And which strikes does Hassan hit? What are his strikes?
Strikes?
Which strikes? You said balls and strikes.
Oh,
what are his strikes?
I think for me, some derogatory things he said about Orthodox Jews, saying that we deserve 9/11. Like, there's some things in there. Not to mention, he calls me stupid like every other week. So what normal human being would choose to go on a show when someone calls you stupid every 10 days? So it's not going to be something I do.
Jeez, dude, my peas get longer and longer. I feel like, God. Help keep track of the score for games they play is what they gave me doing currently, hoping I can do more. Interesting. That's an interesting job. Keep track of the score for games they play. So you're kind of like a what would the word be? A companion? Like more of a companion role for the people that live in the retirement home. Sorry if you left, but I did have to pee, otherwise my bladder was gonna burst. Anyway, so we got this video. This is an interview from Breaking Points. She went on Breaking Points with Crystal Ball and Eric Sperling. No, what's this guy's name?
I talked with Hassan Piker this week,
and
and he essentially said that there was a double standard.
Okay, I don't know why that started playing again. What I'd like to show you first before we get started on that is this fun little fact here. Okay. Elisa Slotkin has gotten $4.5 million in campaign contributions from pro-Israel lobby donors, groups and their donors, right? Almost $400,000 from PACs, $100,000 from independent expenditures, and $4 million from lobby donors. Who's captured by AIPAC? Right? So let's watch this interview. It's kind of a long interview, but it's fucking worth it.
Let's talk about those, calling of balls and strikes, if you will. Mm-hmm. So first of all, do you accept that Israel has a policy of enforced famine and starvation in the Gaza Strip?
I think I literally put my name on a letter yesterday or last night that says like a policy of starvation, people are starting to starve. And in general, I mean, I served in places like
starting to starve. These people have been starving for years. Alisa, you're fucking stupid. You're not proving your Hassan wrong here, okay? Dumb fuck.
In Fallujah. I watched
immediately. Also, she's CIA. She's ex-CIA and was in the military. Okay, so she is going to run cover for the State Department. She's going to run cover for the intelligence community always. All right? She's a fucking Fed through and through.
2004 and 2005, Al-Qaeda terrorists drag American citizens behind a vehicle until they died, right?
Okay, that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about shit that happened in Fallujah. We're talking about Gaza, Alisa.
Like horrible, and then string them up. Like a lynching.
Okay.
We still had a responsibility to get aid into Fallujah, despite the fact that we were fighting Al-Qaeda cells in Fallujah, and I have been clear about that.
So this is a crime against humanity. Forced starvation is a crime against humanity.
The occupying power has a responsibility to get aid into the war zone. Period.
So
by the law of war.
So in addition,
how about the occupying power has the responsibility to not occupy sovereign land? How about that? How about you lead with that? That would probably win you more points in your fucking district. I bet you this woman, when she's done, I mean, she wants to run for president. Like she has her eyes on a bigger office than what she has now. And I mean, she's already a senator, which is really, really a very influential position in the government, right? If she makes it past senator, I think, and doesn't get to president, I think she's going to have a spot in either the next administration, if it's Democratic or Republican, honestly, a position in the State Department. She could be DNI, like Tulsi Gabbard. There are multiple positions for her in the government. She could become the director of the CIA. I mean, really, I would say from senator, it's probably a little bit like of a lateral move, maybe a little bit up to be director of the CIA, just because you are part of like an administration, and I don't think she's held an administrative seat besides being a member of Congress. So if she wants to run for president, She might run for president. I don't think she'll win. But she definitely will. She definitely will end up in some type of cabinet position in the next administration, whether it is Republican or Democrat. That's my guess.
Do you accept that the Israeli plan, as reported by Haaretz, as discussed openly by ministers like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich, as backed by the President of the United States, is forced ethnic cleansing?
I think we have, as recently as yesterday, the Prime Minister of Israel talking about forced migration into certain areas and then potentially out of the country. That is not legal. That is not on any international standard since World War II. And I've been clear about that. So I would ask for a little bit of an open mind.
Well, what I would ask is, listen, I'm a YouTuber. You know, I have my words, that's all I have. But you're a United States Senator. Like you're not the president, but you have power. So what are you going to do? Because so far what we've seen, I mean, you voted for some of the aid that's been used to massacre children and innocents. You know, you have backed Israel, as far as I can tell, you know, from your voting record at almost every turn. You voted for a definition of anti-Semitism.
$4 million from AIPAC. $4 million. Okay?
That would, you know, codify anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism. You voted as a member of the House to sanction the ICC for indicting Benjamin Netanyahu, who you just admitted is a war criminal, you know, by your own words. So are you going to join Senator Angus King, Senator Bernie Sanders in saying no more aid to this country that is committing war crimes against innocent civilians?
I think the first thing, if you're asking about what to do with power, and I would offer that right now Democrats own nothing in Washington. So
don't play powerless with me. You're a United States Senator. There are things you can do.
In terms of who runs our foreign policy, I just think it's interesting, right, that there was a ton of protests when Democrats were in charge.
There was a protest in Manhattan yesterday.
Okay. I think it's fair to say, just to be honest, that back and forth, like the number of protests that go on now versus before.
Well, they were part of your political coalition.
Well, not to mention,
That's
I mean,
part-
Senator Slotkin,
That's fair.
obviously I'm here. I was very upset over the Biden administration policy. And as you can tell, I'm very upset over the Trump administration policy. So let's deal not in strawman, but me and
but
here
in
and now.
terms of so the tools that I have, the tools that we have in general, to me, the most important thing is a pressurized campaign to get aid into people who are starving. That to me is the number one, because that's the one is urgent and today. And that.
But will you cut off aid to Israel so long as they're committing crimes against humanity?
There is a difference between a
Non-committal.
weapon to protect a country from incoming missiles versus other type. Offensive and defensive weapons are different.
So would you support offensive weapons ban? Like, would you stop any offensive aid to Israel?
That certainly, to me, would be a place to look, but I'm not going to cut off a blanket next sale on a defensive weapon that comes through. No.
I also reject that because, for example, if Senator Slotkin, if you were asked to support defensive weapons for Iran, defensive weapons for Russia, you wouldn't back that.
No, but Iran, but
they're defensive. They're just protecting civilians, right? So how is it different?
But because Israel's being shot at.
Well, so is Russia.
So is Iran.
Yeah.
So is Russia.
Ukraine's shooting at Russia right now.
I'm sorry. This is the difference between allies, partners, and adversaries.
Why is it an ally then? What are they doing right now, which makes it an ally?
I think allied relationships, just like Lithuania right now, like an allied relationship or a partner relationship is a long-standing relationship of information sharing and diplomacy. And that is, to me, it's not a like, every day we decide Lithuania is our ally or not. We're allied or not. And sometimes we have big breaks with allies, right? Sometimes we have difficult moments with allies. Sometimes it goes the wrong way with allies. But an allied relationship is a long-term relationship.
It's hard for me to understand why we should ally. Like, I'm sure you believe in, like, or claim to believe in liberal human rights. Why would we ally with a nation that is committing a genocide and live streaming it?
Can I ask, literally, like this, I think about this from the mirror image way, because I I do not support the things that Donald Trump is doing, right? But I'm an American. So do I want other countries to look at America and be like, we can't stand Donald Trump, so we're going to end any longstanding relationship we have with the American people. We're going to cut off any support we give them on information sharing or intelligence sharing. Like, we are not just our elected leaders. And I think that's the thing that's been lost in the conversation.
So B'Tselem and another Israeli human rights organization joined the global consensus, Amnesty International, some 800 scholars. There was a piece from an Israeli scholar in the New York Times in saying this is a genocide. Do you accept, even Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday came out and said it's a genocide. Do you accept that? And if you do, I mean, what responsibility does a United States senator have for, this is a nation that, you know, we send every year billions of dollars to aid that you have, you know, voted for and supported. Like, what responsibility does a United States senator have to prevent genocide and to stop genocide that we see ongoing?
We have a responsibility up till today to ensure that food is getting in.
Is it
so
a
that
genocide?
People don't starve. I don't know that I'd use that term, but it is it is violating the law of war.
Why don't you use the term though?
Because I think, you know, it's, to me, do I think it's ethnic cleansing, which is what I think of in genocide? I don't know if it meets that definition.
They're
announcing it. So this is a senator that does not understand the definitional difference between ethnic cleansing and genocide. This is a U.S. senator that doesn't have a basic grasp on the English fucking language and definitions. Ethnic cleansing is not necessarily death. Genocide is death. That's why it has side at the end of it. C-I-D-E, okay? That implies some type of murder or death took place. Homicide. Genocide. Domicide, okay? Matricide. Petricide. I forget what the term is for children. Infanticide, okay? Anything that ends with this word "side," right? That's from Latin. That means to be murdered, to be killed, okay? Ethnic cleansing means that you're moving people away from a specific area and you're cleansing that area of their ethnicity. Not necessarily by killing. Maybe killing is involved, okay? But genocide is the deliberate killing of people, civilians in particular, okay? Look at Gaza. 70,000 people killed. Not all of them, not even a fraction of them, were Hamas, okay? Were militants, military targets. They were civilians, okay? That is genocide. She's like, oh, ethnic cleansing and genocide, they're the same thing. They're not the same fucking thing. That's why they're two different words meaning two different fucking things.
Earlier that it was ethnic cleansing, he said that they wanted to force it. I mean, this is open from the Israeli government. Like, they're saying it. Their Minister of National Security, they come out and they're like, we don't need shells. We need shells, not food. And we need to encourage migration. They're saying
you're not going to get me to support what the Israeli government is saying right now. Right. I think the point I was trying to make is it's not just about, like, we have relationships with nations over time, regardless of who their leaders are. We have really tough moments. We have easier moments. But that doesn't, so I'm not willing to say that, like, I hate everything ever.
Sure,
into
but so
the future.
even if you accept that they're committing a genocide, you still wouldn't cut off their aid?
I think that defensive aid and offensive aid are different things, and I think at this point,
so
what
if
they're
Nazi
doing
Germany,
every single day,
if Nazi Germany said we want defensive aid, I mean, it's just you have to see where they're all weapons that are being shipped. You know, in another context,
the weapons that they're using right now, I mean, to be honest, if you look at what's happening on the ground, the military part of this conflict is, for the most part, over. What they are doing, every single day is around aid, and they are hurting people around the delivery
over 1,000
of aid.
people who were starving people just trying to get aid.
That is not That's not high-intensity bombs. That's not the weapons that we were talking about 2 years ago. It's just not. I'm sorry. Every single day, the military reports that I read, they are traditional, like, this is a military that has a bad strategy. It is not the bombs that we were seeing 2 years ago.
It's not a military that has a bad strategy. The strategy is forced starvation and ethnic cleansing.
That is not a...
That's their strategy. And they're
even if they have bad strategy, if they do, why would we give them fucking weapons? If you have a military that has bad strategy, that is fucking murdering people on a magnitude of evil, why the fuck would you give them defensive or offensive weapons? And immediately, as soon as she brings up Nazi Germany, she's just like, oh, come on. Oh, come on.
And they're accomplishing it very effectively with the full backing of the United States government, including, sadly, Democrats.
Well,
and so a couple more questions that I know you have to run. I'm curious why you condemned Rashida Tlaib for using the rally chant, from the river to the sea, something she said for her evokes equal rights. And you have not condemned Randy Fine, who said that Gazans should, quote, starve away, who floated that the Gaza Strip should be nuked, who called Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and Soran as well, called them Muslim terrorists. Where is the concern over him?
I have no problem condemning Randy Fine, who I don't know.
So censure him.
I'm sorry, I don't know who that person is. I have no problem condemning someone.
What? Are you fucking kidding me? She said she doesn't know who Randy Fine is? The fuck are you saying, you lying cunt? I mean, that's absolute fucking bullshit. There's no fucking way she doesn't know who Randy Fine is. Come on. There's gotta be at some point them together in some way. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. I don't believe that for a fucking second.
Someone who talks like that.
Senator, we have to ask your last question because your staff is telling us. Do you think AIPAC should register as a foreign lobby?
Hell yeah.
I don't know the answer to that. I think that
I
know plenty of people who think they should.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
don't.
kind of a cop-out answer, don't you think?
I literally,
100%.
I just guess I'd have to look at the definition. I certainly have had my tough moments with that organization. And
so you stop accepting their funding?
You gotta get your facts straight. I have not been endorsed by AIPAC. I have not. I'm sorry. I was the first Jew elected to the Senate that was not endorsed by any Jewish group. AIPAC, J Street.
You've been the recipient of their funds.
In 2018, when I first ran, people who were members, yes. But I've not been endorsed since then. And I just got to be honest, I think that this is where facts really matter. I've had very, very difficult conversations with my colleagues in that organization and made a choice back in 2021. So that was the first time I was up for re-election. So I understand that there's a sort of again, cornered position, but to me, I call balls and strikes as someone who served in the Middle East.
I have one more question I have to ask you. We do the show. I really do my best to try to uphold, basic human rights, Palestinian humanity, oppose the killing of innocent civilians wherever that happens. And I have to tell you, I feel really guilty that I'm not doing enough. I think all the time about, I'm a mom, I think all the time about those moms who can't feed their babies. Mm-hmm. Those babies are starving to death. And I just want to know, you're a United States Senator, you did vote for some of the bombs that were dropped on refugee camps. When kids have been sniped in the head, tents firebombed, people set on fire. The entire Gaza Strip turned into rubble. And now we're seeing these emaciated bodies of babies starving to death every day. And Like,
you know what you can do.
Does it eat you up? Does it eat you up? Do you think, like, what more could I do? Do you regret any of your votes? Do you regret
let me tell
any
you what I
sort
was
of
working on this
complicity?
morning. A group of Jewish rabbis and Muslim community leaders came together with a proposal that we are working on just getting, like, if we can't get other aid in, at least get baby formula and nutritional supplements for children in. Let that be kind of a green light, never has a problem. No one's trying to eat baby formula other than a baby, right? That is the proposal that I've been working on all night and this morning. So in terms of what we're trying to do, there's not a moment that goes by that this isn't something that I'm working on and something that my own community, not online, but my own community has practical things that they want to do. They're willing to raise the money. They're willing to buy the formula. They're willing to do whatever we need to do to get it shipped in. That's how I spend my time.
But
That
you're
is
not
how
willing
my
to cut off aid to Israel.
That to me is the most effective thing that I can do today.
This is a settled question. Your staff is telling us you absolutely have to go. So we appreciate your time. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you,
coming.
Senator.
Thank you
Thank
very much. Okay? And we'll see you guys later.
Crazy, bro. She's never going to do progressive or independent media again after she humiliated herself on Breaking Points. Cop out after deflection. I mean, the first thing that they brought up immediately deflected back to Fallujah and going back to the Iraq War when she was in the military, when she was in the intelligence community. Lord Almighty. Anyway, that's Miss Alyssa Slotkin. Okay, let's move. We got a quick video here from the Cuban president on Meet the Press, or what was it? Yeah, Meet the Press. This is a great interview. MSNBC reporter, would you be willing to step down to save the people of Cuba? Cuban president, is that question from you, or is it coming from the U.S. State Department? Let's watch. I mean, this woman has, I think she has a humiliation, I don't want to say kink, but I feel like a lot of people in her position that are willing to just completely sell out any sense of integrity that they have to just run absolute defense for the State Department. They have to get some type of gratification from this besides the paycheck, right? Because like just continuing to debase yourself like this on national television to an audience of millions of people has got to take its toll at a certain point. It can't last forever, right? All right, let's watch this.
Would you be willing to step down if it meant saving Cuba? ¿Está dispuesto a dimitir con tal de salvar a Cuba, para la gente de Cuba?
Al pueblo
A
de
ver,
Cuba.
tú que eres una periodista
You are
importante,
a very
reconocida.
important and
If the United
recognized
States asked-
journalist.
If the
Have you
United
ever
States
asked that
asked-
question to any other president in the world?
Because it's one of the conditions the United States is asking for. Would you ever consider that?
Te explico.
Let me explain. Have you asked that question to any other president
I
in the
asked
world?
very
Have you
tough
asked that question
questions
to
to
any
our
other
own
president in the
president,
world?
yes.
Se la podrías preguntar a Trump.
Could you ask
I
that question
asked
to Trump?
very hard questions of President Trump.
Eso muestra, ¿es una pregunta tuya o es una pregunta del departamento?
Is that a question from you, or is that coming from the State Department of the U.S.
My
government?
question is, because it's one of the things that we've heard the U.S. government talk about, that they want political change here in Cuba. So my question
voy a-
for you,
voy a asumir
if
que-
they asked you, if they said this is one condition, would you
Por
step
tu
down?
sinceridad, voy a asumir que
Because
vas
of
a
your
hacer
honesty, I'm going to
precisamente
assume that you're asking that question because of those reasons.
En Cuba, las personas que están
In Cuba, the people who are in leadership position is not elected by the U.S. government, and they don't have a mandate from the U.S. government. We have a free sovereign state, a free state. We have self-determination and independence, and we are not subjected to the designs of the United States. On the other hand, Cuban leaders are not here representing an elite of power. You can see my background, where I was born, my family, what I've done throughout my life.
We are elected by the people, although there's a narrative trying to disregard that. Any one of us, before we become part of a leadership role, we need to be elected at the grassroots level in an electoral district by thousands of Cubans. And then those who represent the Cubans at the National Assembly of the People's Power elect those leadership positions and those offices like it happens in many other countries around the world. So we have an election system on the basis of people's participation. So whenever we take this responsibility position and this leadership position, is not out of our personal ambition or a corporate ambition or even a party ambition. We do that as a mandate by the people. And the concept of revolutionaries giving up and stepping down is not part of our vocabulary. If the Cuban people understand that I'm not fit for office, that I am not I have not risen to the occasion, then and I should not be holding this position of president, I will respond to them. But you need to realize that you should not focus only on the president of the country, because we have a collegiate leadership which is very closely linked to the people. But it's not the United States that can impose anything on us. The U.S. government that has implemented that hostile policy against Cuba has no moral to demand anything from Cuba. They have no moral, not even to say that they are concerned about the situation of the Cuban people, and that the Cuban government has taken Cuba to this situation when they have all this responsibility on their shoulders. I think the most important thing would be for them to understand and take this critical position, a sincere position, and that they recognize how much it has cost the Cuban people, what the policy that they have implemented in terms of what they've done, and how much they have deprived the American people from a normal relationship with the Cuban people, and that they set out, as we have requested and as we have asked and as we're interested in, to engage in dialogue and discuss any topic without any condition, not demanding changes from our political system, as we are not demanding changes from the American system, about which we have a number of doubts and a number of considerations, and that we can focus on what brings us together and what can create spaces of understanding in order to move away from confrontation and having a path forward for both countries of benefits of friendship and solidarity.
Great answer. Hold on, I'm going to change something real quick because I keep getting notifications that my stream bit rate is too high. Video bit rate. Oh, that's why we're at 1080. I can't change it. Okay. Let's see if that changed anything. Oh, still says it's too high. Interesting. All right. I don't know. Anyway, all right, let's move on. We're going to move on now to, I got a couple of things here that I want to talk about. We got some updates on Lebanon. We are up to 2,020 people dead with 6,400 wounded. That is 250 women, 1,600 men, and 165 children, with 89 vehicles being destroyed, 23 medical and ambulatory centers, 112 strikes on EMS, and 6 hospitals closed. Lebanese Ministry of Health updated 97 of them were killed in the last 24 hours. Israel has carried out multiple massacres since yesterday, including a double tap strike that killed 8 people, including 2 paramedics who went to the scene of the first strike. We also have update on the bridge that we attacked in Iran. Iran repairs bombed bridge in 72 hours, unlike Baltimore's years-long rebuild. Iran's Yahabad railway crossing near Kashan was damaged on April 7th, 2026, amid airstrikes from the Israeli Operation Roaring Lion and U.S. Operation Epstein's Fury, causing 2 deaths and 3 injuries. Iranian media showed a train crossing the repaired site by April 10th, crediting the engineers with a 72-hour emergency fix using reinforcements. In comparison, Baltimore Francis Scott Key Bridge collapsed on the March 26, 2024, after a cargo ship strike killed 6 workers. Reconstruction started with test piles, but won't finish until late 2030, bro. 6 years at a cost of $4.3 to $5.2 billion due to design, legal, and supply issues. Online posts highlight the contrast with quips like Iran's quick work versus untouched U.S. potholes, though experts point to the Iranian bridge's simpler scale versus Baltimore's complex shipping span. Who gives a fuck? Our GDP is $30 trillion a year, and we can't repair a bridge in less than 6 years. It took them 3 days to fix a bombed-out bridge in fucking Iran. Craziness. Absolute fucking disgusting, dude. Okay. Just quick updates there on what's going on. All right, let's go. Let's move on to the next thing. Let's watch this video of Pete Buttigieg on Squawk Box yesterday. I'm not a huge Pete Buttigieg fan, but he did pretty well on.
Look, I'm saying this as somebody who knows what
to kind of lay down what he was saying. I mean, I don't agree with everything he says. I think he's a little too moderate sometimes on certain issues. I don't hate Pete Buttigieg. I don't think he's the worst possible choice for certain positions. He wouldn't be my first choice for certain offices that he would like to hold, like the president. But if it came down to a vote of lesser evils and he was the best choice, I mean, I wouldn't be, you know, too upset if he became, if he had to. But obviously, it's not somebody I would put up first.
I understand that. And look, I'm saying this as somebody who knows what it's like to be sent to war by a U.S. president.
Okay.
And when a president sends you to war, when you and your buddies are on that gray tail plane going into a war zone, you do it with some level of confidence, some level of assurance that your chain of command, all the way up to the President of the United States, would not do this if they didn't have a choice.
Now that we're there, do you hope this has a successful outcome? There were 40,000 Iranians that were slaughtered by the same regime.
40,000. Now we're up to saying 40,000. The figures look like closer to 3,500, and then it was 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. Now it's 40,000. 40,000 people killed in a matter of like 2 days or whatever. Yet they won't even accept the 70,000 people that have died based on estimates from Amnesty International and all different types of human rights organizations about the amount of people that have died in Gaza. But we're okay with saying 40,000 on Squawk Box on CNBC of the amount of protesters that died in Iran. Fucking suck it, dude.
Trouble all around the world.
And how do you feel about that regime being left intact by this president?
I don't know if that's going to be the case, and I don't know what might happen.
Is that an argument?
So you don't want this to work, and it was just a bad move. You want us to pull out now?
Well, look, there's no obvious way out now, but I want to make sure that this ends in a way that, first of all, our economy can recover, that we're not paying so much for gas. I mean, right now, oil's $100, jet fuel's $200, gas is over $4, diesel's like $5.50.
You averaged 380 under Biden for 4 years.
Yeah, and when we left, inflation was lower than it is today.
You accounted for 21.5% price increase.
This president took the inflation rate up. This president took the inflation rate up. It's more than 3% year on year. You saw the numbers just come out. It's more than 3% year on year.
Okay. There's PCE, there's core.
It is. The math is direct. The math is the math.
Look, it fluctuates each month from 2.7 to 3%.
It's higher than when he got here,
It's
Joe.
not 9%.
His central campaign promise was he was going to take inflation and drive it down, and instead he took inflation and it's up.
I thought in the Fed,
it was 3 when he got here, and now it's more. It could not be simpler than that.
It's around 3, and we're involved in a war with
He said on day one it would go down. He came in on day one, and now it's up.
It's up to 3%. It was 21.5% price
He promised
increases
it would go
over
down
4 years. Over 4 years, it was 21.5%.
He promised it would go down.
Democrats own the affordability crisis.
Listen to me.
Period.
Why did the president fail to keep his
You don't think Democrats own the affordability crisis?
Why did the president fail to keep his promise to lower prices, in your opinion?
I'm laughing because this piece of it is basic. The president did say that he wanted to be in office to bring inflation down, and he has not brought inflation down. That's all.
He drove it up. He not only failed, he drove it up.
Mr. Secretary, let's talk
Tariffs
a little bit.
have had a minimal effect.
You tell a family where I live that $1,000 per household is minimal.
From the 21.5% increase that the Democrats.
No, we can argue all day about just how bad COVID was and how bad it got and what it took to come back from that. But you call it $1,000. Where I live, $1,000 per household isn't minimal.
Now Democrats found religion on inflation. After presiding over the worst inflation in 40 years, now you found religion.
It's 2026. They're in charge. You guys are in charge.
I'm aware of that.
What are you going to do differently?
Look,
what are you going to do differently to make the prices actually go down like you promised a year ago?
Number one, we got to get through this war, and you've heard people.
We got to get through this war. We didn't have to be fighting this war. What are we doing?
That's a matter of opinion. You can't say that.
It's a matter of opinion that I share with most Americans and a large number of Republicans and a whole bunch of MAGA people who bought into this president because they actually believed in what he said he would get us into the war.
75% Republican approval for the war.
You don't start with the approval you have within your own party. But the point is, the MAGA coalition.
Democrats aren't going to approve of anything.
I'm talking about Americans. Americans disapprove of the president, and they're right to do so.
He's got the same approval rating other presidents have had at this point in the term, a little bit above, 42%.
This president right now is unpopular for very good reasons. One of which is
no
that he's
more
made
unpopular
life
than
more
Obama
expensive.
was or Biden was at the same at the same point of his presidency.
That depends on which polls you're looking at, but by and large, no. I'm sorry, but I've been out on the trail. I was in Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is a Trump plus 38 district, or it was.
I know
we had
the numbers.
500 people.
You'll get a chance to prove that in November this year.
Okay. We had a chance to prove it last week.
The Senate might go. I understand that.
Yeah, because people are
presidents make difficult decisions, obviously.
Oh my God.
But usually they make difficult decisions to try to make other people better off. This president's made decisions to make himself better off. That's definitely happened. If you're the kind of person who can pay $1 million for the entry fee to Mar-a-Lago, then you're doing great. But everybody else is hurting right now.
Mr. Secretary,
Craziness, dude. Craziness. All right, oh, yes, okay. Well, actually, let's look at this first, and then we'll go into the whole pistachio shit that's going on, because that's pretty wild. This is another clip from yesterday from, I think, this is from Fox News.
Absolutely.
Fox host complains about low teen pregnancy rates. The problem is teens and young adults from 15 to 19, the fertility rate is down 7%. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking joking me? You're complaining about fertility rates for fucking underage teenage kids. There's something wrong with you. There's something fundamentally wrong with your fucking brain.
Absolutely. We still have 3.6 million births a year, but the problem is teens and young adults. From ages 15 to 19, the fertility rate is down 7%, and it's down 70% over the last 2 decades, meaning we're...
That's a good thing! You fucking lizard! You fucking demon fuck!
People that are young not to have babies, to wait till they're in a more stable life situation, till they're more financially secure, maybe they haven't found the right partner. To you,
they're 15! They're 15 years old. They haven't found the right partner. They're fucking 15, bro. We don't even trust them to vote yet. You want them to have more kids? I want you to be buried under a prison. You disgusting piece of shit. Fucking crazy, dude. That made me so mad when I saw it yesterday. I was like, are you fucking for real, bro? All right, let's go on to the Resnick Pistachio War. Okay, so let's actually, back to the homepage. Wait, what? There we go. I was gonna say, this article is 10 years old. There's no way there's still a fucking paywall on it. Okay, so let's meet America's nuttiest billionaire couple. Amid drought, Stuart and Linda Resnick are richer than ever. Okay, this is 10 years old. This is updated in 2020, but this was originally written in 2015, almost 2016. Okay. For over 4 years, a record-breaking drought has scorched Central California with Old Testament cruelty. Drive west of Bakersfield into the heart of the San Joaquin Valley, and soon you'll be engulfed by sloping brown hills broken up by dusty slate-colored fields. Desolate little towns off the highway dot the parched landscape. Lost Hills, population 2,412, consists largely of a tamale shack, a mostly empty James Dean-themed shop, a dilapidated tire store, and a rundown pool hall. Yet, there is an Eden. It's a little to the west of Lost Hills off Route 33. Here there are rows upon rows of green, some 70,000 lush acres of water-hungry pistachio and almond trees. Come at the right time of year and you'll see the almond trees blossoming, covering the valley in a blanket of light pink petals. This land belongs to the billionaire Resnicks, Stuart, 77, and Linda, 72. So now 87 and 82. It's the most valuable part of their $4.3 billion fortune. Those crops and the land are worth more than ever before, about $3 billion. Let's take a little sidetrack. Now, this is 10 years ago, okay? Let's look at their net worth now. Stuart Resnick, $5.4 billion. Combined net worth now of $10.8 billion. Their net worth has risen, okay, almost 4 times what it was 10 years ago. Their oasis has plenty of water, the result of relentless opportunism that has given their orchards access to more water than nearly any other farm during the worst drought in record on California's history. The Resnicks use at least 120 billion gallons of water a year, 2/3 on nuts, enough to supply San Francisco's 852,000 residents for a decade. Comprehend that. For a decade, okay? They own a majority stake in the Kern Water Bank, one of California's largest underground water storage facilities, which they got fairly but sagely from the government 20 years ago. It is capable of storing 500 billion gallons of water. They have also spent at least $35 million in recent years buying up more water from nearby districts to replenish their supplies. The Resnicks, who live in a 5-bedroom mansion in Beverly Hills and fly into the valley about once or twice a month, are crafty deal makers and even finer marketers. In addition to the pistachios and almonds, their company, renamed Wonderful in June, owns 32,000 acres of California citrus, flower delivery service Teleflora, Palm Wonderful pomegranate juice, and Fiji Water, which collectively brought in $3.8 billion in sales last year. By their own estimates, about half of American households buy their products. Not everyone is eager to fill their pantry with a Resnick brand. Agriculture's king and queen have a history of commandeering natural resources in pursuit of profit, and their actions in Fiji, where they annually fill millions of plastic bottles with water and then ship them thousands of miles across the world, while residents haven't always had access to potable water themselves, have already infuriated environmentalists. Now they are being vilified in California for their water use in the ongoing drought. 99% of us are being asked to take cuts for the 1%, Stuart Resnick, says Barbara Berrigan Perea, executive director of Restore the Delta, a Stockton, California-based nonprofit working to protect fisheries and farms in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Several anti-Resnick forces allege the couple's immense water supply is ill-gotten. The Kern Water Bank and Westside Mutual Water, a company set up to control the Resnick's water, have been sued 3 times since 2010. The water lawsuits, one reached an interim settlement, one led to environmental review, and one is on appeal. Have alleged that the Resnicks had no ownership right to the water bank and that the bank is dipping into their neighbor's water supply. The Resnicks deny the allegations and say they are legally and morally in the right. I don't even know what these are about because my view is we're going to win, says Stuart Resnick. We've been sued over the same thing over and over and continue to win. If I had a son who, God forbid, should go to law school, I would say go into water law. You get one lawsuit that lasts 20 years. He says that he simply invested in the storage facility an opportune time and also cites the $25 million the company has spent on irrigation systems that reduce the use of water by dripping it directly on the roots rather than using sprinklers to flood the fields. Even with these water-saving measures, he says, Wonderful expects production of the super thirsty almond trees to drop 20%. And pistachios to drop 60% this year. It takes 1 gallon to produce just 1 almond or 1 pistachio. 1 gallon per nut. When I first came to California 60 years ago, I should have bought property on Rodeo Drive. Now I would like to go back and buy the property on Rodeo Drive for the same price it was 60 years ago, says Resnick. People that had opportunities to buy into the water bank, just like we did, didn't do it. Now they think it's worthwhile. The Resnicks miss few opportunities. The son of a New Jersey bar owner who drank and gambled away his money, Stewart transferred in 1955 from Rutgers to UCLA to make ends meet. He started a janitorial business while in college. By the time he graduated, he had 10 employees. He continued to operate the business while in law school and eventually employed 100 people. By contrast, Linda grew up in Beverly Hills, the daughter of a wealthy Hollywood film producer with 2 Rolls-Royce in her driveway. A former child actress who performed on a weekly variety show, she dropped out of Los Angeles City College and founded an advertising agency at 19. She married that year and had 2 children before divorcing just as the business started to struggle. More troubles came when she began dating a man whose friend asked if he could use her copier at night and on weekends. She denies realizing that his friend Daniel Ellsberg was printing what would later be known as the Pentagon Papers, but she eventually got entangled in legal proceedings with the federal government. In the end, she was subpoenaed but never charged. The Resnicks met in 1970 when Stewart came looking for marketing help for the janitorial business. He led her on, and after several meetings, she bluntly asked whether she was going to get the account or not. Also divorced with children, he told her that he wanted to start a relationship instead. They married in 1979, bought Teleflora, a failing flower delivery service. Theirs was a symbiotic partnership from the onset. He was level-headed and finance-minded. She was more dramatic with a notable marketing flair. The combination has proved unstoppable. Stewart bought his first parcel of farmland in California's Central Valley in 1978 as a hedge against inflation. Linda then took the fruits and nuts of their labor and marketed the heck out of them. It takes a nut to sell a nut, she would later say. Linda branded mandarins as cuties and then, after a falling out with a partner, rebranded them as halos. She marketed pomegranate juice as Palm Wonderful, a magical elixir filled with antioxidants. Stewart, who survived prostate cancer, drinks 8 ounces of Palm Wonderful and takes a pomegranate pill every day and says that he hasn't had a cold in a decade. At age 77, he cycled about 40 miles a day across Italy during a 9-day bike trip this summer. In 2009 came the Get Crackin', an ad campaign marketing their pistachios, and in 2013, 15-second clips hit the Super Bowl, with recent spots featuring late-night host Stephen Colbert. I can't make anyone cry in 15 seconds, but we can make them laugh, says Linda, adding the 30-second ads in the Super Bowl were too expensive. Undoubtedly aided by Stewart's law degree, the Resnicks have also proven to be adept in fighting legal battles. Their mail-order collectibles firm, Franklin Mint, was sued in 1998 by the estate and charitable foundation of Princess Diana, which said the firm did not have the right to use and profit from her image on keepsakes. Franklin Mint retaliated, filing a countersuit in November 2002, alleging it was the victim of an ugly smear campaign. In 2011, 5 years after they sold Franklin Mint, a settlement was reached. Altogether, the Resnicks were paid $50 million, all of which they donated to charity. The Federal Trade Commission filed a complaint in 2010 that the Resnicks' Palm Wonderful had used deceptive advertising when marketing the antioxidant-rich drink as being able to treat, prevent, or reduce the risk of heart disease, prostate cancer, and erectile dysfunction. In 2012, a federal judge agreed that some of the ads were misleading. In 2013, FTC commissioners denied the Resnicks' appeal. In October of this year, the Resnicks asked the Supreme Court to take the case. The Supreme Court sided with the Resnicks in a separate case. In that instance, Palm Wonderful sued Coca-Cola, which sold pomegranate blueberry juice under the Minute Maid brand, alleging that it shouldn't be able to market drinks with just 0.03% of actual pomegranate juice. In 2014, the court ruled that Wonderful could proceed with its case. Coca-Cola has denied its labels were misleading. That trial is slated for next year. Meanwhile, Palm is spending millions on research to show the benefits of eating pomegranates and expects to release positive results based on human trials. Regarding the water business in Fiji, they have been vilified as greedy capitalists for hogging the archipelago's precious water supply. They bought Fiji Water in 2005 and started pumping out and bottling millions of pricey water bottles from the pristine aquifer. Meanwhile, island natives didn't always have water to drink themselves due to crumbling and insufficient infrastructure. The Resnick's once friendly relationship with the volatile Fijian military junta turned sour in 2010 when the government announced a tax hike on the company, which leases the land and is one of the island's biggest employers. The Resnick shut down operations temporarily before agreeing to pay the reported 45% tax increase on each liter of water. Under the Resnick's ownership, Fiji Water added 2 bottling production lines, up from 1 when purchased. It currently uses 2. Last year, it shipped more than 250 million bottles worldwide, an 8-fold increase since buying the business. It is the best-selling imported water brand in the U.S. The Resnicks who visited the island this summer say they have helped locals access safe drinking water by investing $600,000 in water infrastructure for 77,600 people. They also say they donated $5 million to rainforest conservation and to other initiatives. Fijian military dictators aside, the couple knows the value of cultivating powerful friends, whether at their Los Angeles mansion or their arts and craft lodge in Aspen, where they spend several months a year. In 2000, when the Democratic National Convention was held in L.A., the Resnicks reportedly hosted a cocktail party honoring Senator Dianne Feinstein at their sprawling estate in Beverly Hills, attended by then-Governor Gray Davis and former President Jimmy Carter. Other guests through the years have included Arianna Huffington of the Huffington Post, junk bond billionaire Michael Milken, Tesla CEO Elon Musk, Yahoo News anchor Katie Couric, and even the odd Supreme Court Justice. Wonder which that one was. I have a feeling that we know the answer to that. It's a who's who of politics and media and celebrity. It's almost like old-fashioned salons where Linda can bring people together, a former executive regular guest says. It's in the Central Valley where they now have their biggest fight. Stewart first bought land in the area as an investment in the 1970s. Over the next decade, he picked up tens of thousands more acres. When a 6-year drought started in 87 and cost local farmers $800 million, he had much less skin in the game. Still, he took note, quickly realizing that the contracts that he had with the state, which delivered water from the California Aqueduct, a 444-mile-long channel flowing with runoff from the snow-capped Sierra Nevada mountains, were vulnerable when water was scarce and the state couldn't meet everyone's needs. In what some critics have called secret meetings, some of his most trusted advisors met with several leaders from Southern California water districts and state water officials, helping broker a sweetheart deal in 1994. 2 decades later, it still gives the Resnicks nearly unrivaled access to water. Wonderful denies the meetings were done clandestinely, alleging that those who say so have an axe to grind. The upshot of that meeting, California handed over public land and an underground aquifer, former farmland and oil fields that had the potential to store about 500 billion gallons of water, to a group of 5 public water districts and the Resnick's West Side Mutual Water Company. The new owners in turn agreed to forfeit state water contracts. They then installed a 6-mile-long canal and 85 wells at a cost of $50 million. Forbes estimates that the Resnick's 57% stake in the storage facility is worth at least $250 million. Woo! But their ownership has been under siege, challenged in court nearly continuously for the past 2 decades. In 2010, the Center for Biological Diversity, a nationwide environmental nonprofit group based in Arizona, and several other groups sued the bank and its members, including Westside and the Resnick's parent company. A Sacramento County Superior Judge ruled last year that the state gave up the water resources without properly analyzing the potential environmental impacts, but dismissed 3 other allegations, including one challenging the agreement's constitutionality. The case is now being tried in Sacramento's 3rd District Court of Appeal. We're warriors out here trying to make sure that a bunch of fat cats Don't suck this state dry, says Adam Keats, chief lawyer for the opposition, who adds that the Resnick's lawyers have a level of rabidness in protecting their fortunes. They are fiercely defending that golden goose. Neighboring water districts to Kern Water Bank filed 2 complaints in 2010 when farmers' wells began drying up. In one, Rosedale, Rio Bravo, and Buena Vista alleged that the water bank was pumping at dangerous and unacceptable levels. Water levels dropped further as the drought raged on. An analysis of 3 decades of water level records obtained by Forbes shows that the Kern Water Bank members have consistently pumped far more than their neighbors. Because California was the last state in the West to start placing limits on groundwater pumping, with legislation passed just last year and taking effect only by 2020, it was legal, if not ethical. There was also an allegation that the pumping may have caused land to sink in the Central Valley, a phenomenon that has been tracked by NASA, so you can see it from space. That's pretty great. Wonderful says they have not seen any sinking on property over the last 20 years of filling the bank and extracting water from it, and that a device on the property tracks it. Current bank members cannot and have not removed more water than they have deposited, just like a bank account, a Wonderful spokesman says. The court ordered the state last year to conduct an environmental review by mid-2016 that could result in new limits placed on pumping. In the second suit brought on by those 2 water districts and 2 others, Kern Water Bank leaders agreed under a settlement to assess damages and, if necessary, compensate the affected landowners. The Resnicks are already looking to secure additional water sources. The couple could score big if a $15 billion water project championed by Governor Jerry Brown is officially approved in the next few years. At least 2 wonderful farming executives are involved in a grassroots push for the project, now called California Water Fix, which could carry water from the Sacramento River Delta through 2 30-mile-long tunnels to San Joaquin Valley Farms. It's a long-term bet, but one that is very controversial right now. There's another cushion they've been building for decades. They have invested $100 million in technology initiatives designed to help manage water shortages and high utility costs. Their water expenses, which tripled in the past 15 years, account for 40% of their agricultural costs. There's no bigger initiative. We have a very aggressive R&D program, Stewart says. In addition to drip irrigation system used in all of their on all their farms, they have spent $22 million on solar energy networks and $41 million on fuel cell research and implementation to power their plants and facilities more cost effectively. A new research project is also about to roll out super trees cultivated. I remember hearing about this back in the day. Cultivated to yield more than a regular tree's amount of water, which could even be sold to rival farmers. Whatever the future brings, it would probably be a mistake to bet against the power couple. You have been an optimist. You have to be an optimist to be a farmer. Fortunately, with our management team, we have some optimists and some pessimists, Stewart says. And of course, some opportunists. Okay. So that's just a little background on the Resnicks, right? In case you weren't around in the mid 2000s paying attention to water rights in California. So this just came out the other day. Now, the other biggest producer of pistachios on the planet, shocker, is Iran. Wow, isn't that crazy? Ryan Grimm reposted this video. If you try to tell this story to friends, they will think you are insane. Last week, American-Israeli fighter jets targeted Iranian pistachio company warehouses. The Resnick family's Beverly Hill-based pistachio empire stands to gain. You won't believe the backstory. So we just got a little bit of it. Now we're going to get a little bit more, okay?
One of the most bizarre things about California's pistachio industry is that it was born out of America's meddling in the Middle East. Historically, Iran has always been the world's biggest exporter of pistachios, but the embargo allowed California's tiny industry to get a global foothold, and after several decades of continued hostility and sanctions, the U.S. industry grew from being almost non-existent to #1 in the world. As I dug into the details, I realized that this was much bigger than just Victorville. It turned out that a small group of powerful families had seized control of California's water supply. Even weirder was that the whole thing was being driven by a pair of high society billionaires from Beverly Hills, Stuart and Linda Resnick. They made their money off pistachios. But what really made them stand out was that they owned more water than anyone else on the planet. More surprisingly, they were on the board of several major think tanks, including the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. They've been on the board for over a decade. It's an organization that badly wants war with Iran.
I frankly think that crisis initiation is really tough. And it's very hard for me to see how the United States president can get us to war with Iran. One can combine other means of pressure with sanctions. We could step up the pressure. I mean, look, people, Iranian submarines periodically go down. Someday one of them might not come up. Who would know why?
So, we got a whole thing brewing now between
one of the most bizarre things about
and Iran. So it seems they have been trying to push for war with Iran for years now at this point to continue to grow their pistachio and almond empire, if you will. And we are heading into a time where current environmental risk factors and things that are working against your average citizen, we're moving closer and closer to a world where the reality of water wars, water shortages, is very likely. And I think within the next few years we won't be having much oil wars anymore, or if we do, they're going to be they're not as going to be as prevalent. We're going to be starting to move towards water wars, okay? Because water is a much more essential resource than oil. There are other ways to power cities, power homes, power factories, and all that stuff. There's really only one way to stay hydrated, and the basis of that is water. Anyway, we'll continue to dig into that more. I'll see if I can find that long form, the video, wherever that is. I don't know, maybe it's under this. Oh, here's a whole video about how they did it.
Ago. That system.
It's another video from More Perfect Union. I think from here, the only other thing I wanted to cover today was the coal ash regulations rolled back. Working into your 80s is more common now, and then CNN reports on Hassan again. So I'm actually going to go ahead and end it. We're at 4 hours. Hassan's on, so any community, any people I'm trying to get into my stream are going to be easily over there for the last little while. So thank you for hanging out today, though. I really appreciate it. Had a fun stream. Lots of stuff that we had to catch up on. I'm glad we got to knock out kind of both days. I really didn't try and overload today so that we could get through everything. Thank you again for hanging out. Thank you again for listening. If you're listening later, I appreciate the support. Thanks again for the follow and for the people that hung out in chat today. I'll be back on Tuesday. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on the Windows side, so gaming is definitely off for a while. I'm probably going to take it off the schedule completely. And honestly, this computer is not the best gaming computer. It's a Mac. It's split. I have it partitioned to be Windows on one side and Mac on the other. I'm looking at getting a gaming PC or something that I can use to game on stream and then probably stream from the Mac. So that way we're not overloading and we can just run two computers instead. But yeah, if you're not following, if you're listening and you're watching now, please consider giving the channel a follow. We're up to 44 followers. 3 weeks ago, we had 17. So I think we're doing all right. We're doing pretty good. Still waiting for that first sub. If you have an Amazon Prime account, you can sub to the channel using, you get 1 free Twitch Prime sub per month. I'd be honored if you choose to use it on the channel. It definitely will help the channel grow, and it helps me out. So I appreciate it. But I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Let's see if I can raid anybody. I don't know. It didn't let me raid the other day. But let's see if we can get a raid for somebody. Let's try it out. See if it works. Let's see. Last week I rated that other guy. Oh, I tried to raid that other guy. Let's see if I can do casual report again. He's only got 8 viewers right now.
It also seeks to collect transit fees
if you haven't
from vessels
followed,
seeking to transit through the
Casual
waterway.
Revolt 1,
Okay.
go follow. He
All
does
right.
news.
Yep.
Trump's
Trump's stated goals have varied during the war, but the U.S. has said it wants free passage for global shipping throughout the strait. Interesting.
Support.
Of course. Okay, so basically, we don't know. We literally don't know. It's Chits McGee. Thank you for raiding. So glad to see you here. It's Chits McGee. I'll raid you sometime. How about that? Okay, so glad you're here, Chits McGee. So glad to see you here. All right, thank you for the raid. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, but honestly, there doesn't look like much. Let me see what else we can look at. Again, guys, this is not planned. This stream isn't planned at all. So I want to see what's happening.